Chapter 1501. While talking and laughing, the five shadows arrived in front of the government compound in Shijing district. "Who's there?" "Stop." The armed police raised their guns and asked. "Go. Kill these bastards." Among the five, the yellow-haired man who was shot once and still had a small wound on his calf yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, the five shadows moved together and quickly spread out. They rushed towards them at a speed that the armed police couldn't catch up with. "It's a mutant!" one of the armed police shouted. The reason why they were so sure was because after a long period of observation, they found that all mutants, regardless of whether they had awakened special abilities or not, were much faster and stronger than normal people. So as long as they were fast enough, they could basically confirm that someone was a mutant. Da-da-da-da. Intense gunshots rang out in the thick fog. F*CKU. Just then, a mutant suddenly appeared beside an armed police officer. He waved a rubber stick in his hand and hit the armed police officer's head. It was the short man with uncertain eyes. "You dare!" In the armed police, the man who should be the leader roared. He also used inhuman speed to rush to the side of the armed police officer who was about to be attacked and kicked the short man. Bang! The short man who didn't expect there to be a mutant in the armed police was ruthlessly kicked away. "Yellow-haired man, you tricked me. Didn't you say there were no mutants in the armed police?" In the thick fog, a man shouted. "Fuck, there definitely wasn't one the last time I came. It must be a new one," the yellow-haired man said loudly. "Old you, use your weapon," the young man with a silver ring on his brow said loudly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Then, the scream of an armed policeman was heard. "Old you, good job." Just when the armed police officers were on guard, a burly shadow suddenly appeared behind them and punched one of the armed police officers in the back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the armed police officer who was attacked was sent flying. The armed police captain glared at the man. He went up to the brawny man and used Qin Di Quan to attack him. Because the two of them were entangled together, and because there was a government building behind them, the armed police couldn't help but stop shooting because they were afraid of accidentally injuring ordinary people. Go! At this moment, with a low shout, the other four mutants rushed out of the fog. Bang, 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 kacha, kacha, a series of sounds of fighting and the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out in the government compound. Under the sudden attack of the four mutants, the armed police who had yet to enter the mutation stage were defeated in less than 2 moves. Their arms or legs were broken by the mutants' powerful attacks, and they were sent flying to the ground. Then, the mutant bent down and picked up the scattered guns on the ground. "Ha ha ha, there's a gun," the young man with a silver ring on his brow bone said, as he raised his gun and fired at the government building. Da-da-da-da. Intense gunshots immediately reverberated in the air. Walla-lalla. Under the bullets flying around, the glass windows of the government building shattered one by one. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. The young man with a ring on his brow bone exclaimed in a carefree manner. However, as soon as his voice fell, the young man with a ring on his brow bone's face changed. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and his face turned red as if someone covered his mouth and nose. Then, the young man with a ring on his brow bone rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. "Ertzi!" the yellow-haired man called out in confusion as he quickly rushed in front of him. He checked the young man with a ring on his brow bone. "He's dead?" Then, the yellow-haired man's face changed drastically. "What?" the others exclaimed. In the next moment, the yellow-haired man's face changed again, and then he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a long scream. Ah! In this scream, the yellow-haired man's 4 limbs were like a towel that was wrung dry. Each of them turned into a spiral shape and fell softly on the ground. Needless to say, this guy's limbs were completely crippled. Even if a doctor went to treat him, it would be amputation. "Who's there? Come out." Among the 5 people, the only young man who looked more like a good person, Old You, held a gun in each hand and glanced around and shouted. Then, the second after his voice fell, Old Yu felt a pain in his head, and then he fainted without knowing anything. If someone could use an X-ray to detect his brain at this time, they would find out. Old Yu's brain at this time was completely out of its normal shape. It was like a soup that was stirred up and filled his skull. Seeing that his companions were experiencing strange situations one after another and were short in stature, the man with uncertain eyes turned his gaze and quickly left the big man, who was barely holding on under the mutated armed police's fist. He ran out while feeling the oil on the soles of his feet. However, the result was the same as the other three people. He immediately fell to the ground abruptly and fainted with a pale face. Fall for me. It was also at this time, the big man who finally couldn't fight the panic in his heart was also beaten to the ground by the mutated armed police. He used the fist to remove the joints of his hands and legs and took him down. "Which friend is this? Please come out and meet us," the armed police shouted. However, just like the other gangsters, not a single voice responded to his question. Seeing this, the armed police shouted a few more times. After realizing that the person who helped him didn't want to appear, regardless of whether the person was still there or not, he directly shouted, "Thank you for this matter. I, Lu Wu, will remember this in my heart. In the future, if you need anything, as long as I, Lu Wu, can do it, I will do my best." Although his words were very generous, his words were very careful to leave some leeway so that he would have a reason to refuse in the future. At the window of a room in the government building, Sei To, who had a light smile on his face, retracted his gaze and sat back on the chair to play with the computer again. It was obvious that everything that happened just now was the result of Sei To's secret actions. Then half an hour later, when it was time to get off work, Chen Yongli was led by his secretary, Shaoli, to Sei To's room. He invited Sei To to the dining room for dinner. During the meal, Chen Yongli looked at Sei To strangely several times. Obviously, after hearing about the situation at the gate, he more or less suspected that the person who secretly acted was his nephew, Chen Shiqing. However, when he thought about the seemingly ruthless means, he couldn't believe it, which was why he was so conflicted. After the meal, Sei To sent Chen Yongli back to the dormitory. He left the government building under the cover of the night and returned to Grandfather Chen's home. After staying for a night, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to his home behind the shrine. The next day, around 10:30 a.m. Europe time, around 2 o'clock a.m. Asia time, around 3 o'clock a.m. Asia time, a disc-shaped aircraft that looked almost the same as the UFOs in many UFO sightings flew out from a large fleet. It then turned into a stream of light and flew through Earth's atmosphere, descending toward New York. It turned out that after a day of buffer, it was time for the prearranged meeting between the leaders of Earth and the members of the so-called advance team of the Milky Way Federation. Under the high-speed movement of the alien technology aircraft, it took less than a minute for the aircraft to appear in the sky above the United Nations headquarters building in downtown New York. Looking at it through the monitor, it didn't seem like much, but when compared to the United Nations headquarters building on the ground, it was obvious that this aircraft, which seemed to be many times smaller than the Space Fleet's ships, was huge. From visual estimation, the diameter of the aircraft was more than 300 meters, casting a large shadow in the sky like a canopy. The light on the outside was delicate, and almost no traces of artificial welding could be seen. Only the red and green flashing lights that looked like signal lights were constantly flashing on it. Then, at the center of the disc-shaped aircraft's bottom, a circular gap suddenly opened, revealing the bright light inside the aircraft. Then, an invisible energy beam shot out from the gap and fell straight to the ground, leaving a circular depression about 10 meters in diameter on the cement platform in front of the United Nations headquarters building. Then, a disc floated out from the gap of the aircraft, carrying 5 aliens who were walking upright, but were definitely not human, and slowly landed on the ground. Among these 5 people, One of them was the serious **** that appeared in the previous global communication. He stood at the center of the team and looked like the leader of this team. And around him, there was an alien with dark green skin and scales on the surface. In terms of appearance, it was a lizard-like alien that could walk upright, an alien more than 2 meters tall with a slender body and multiple limbs that looked like a giant praying mantis, a brown wrinkled alien with a long nose that looked like an elephant's trunk on the basis of a goblin, and a female alien that was the same as a human except for her all-white eyes that emitted light and her ears were composed of several blue crystals. At the same time, the United Nations, as the representative of the leaders of the Earth, hurriedly sent a grand team to the square to welcome the alien messenger team that was about to descend on the ground. Welcome to Earth, dear alien visitors. When the disc landed in the depression on the ground, a white man at the front of the human welcoming team walked nervously to the 5 aliens and extended his sweaty hand. Hello, my lost compatriots on Earth. The Sirius stepped down from the disc, reached out and shook hands with the white man, and spoke in absolutely fluent American English. This time, the Caucasian man smiled dryly at his fellow countrymen. Everyone, please come in. The leaders of the various countries on Earth have been waiting inside for a long time. The white man retracted his hand and opened his arms to lead the way. Chapter 1502. P.S. Thank you to Glory of Stars for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Dazzling Sky for their tip. What you are seeing now is a message sent back from the front. In 5 minutes, an important meeting that will decide the future of Earth will be held. On the TV of all countries around the world, the voice of the news anchor came out. At the same time, the meeting between the 5 extraterrestrial visitors and the leaders of the world was also shown on the TV screen. However, this scene didn't last long. Then, it was replaced by a wooden door that slowly closed. At the same time, the scene jumped to the top right corner of the commentary studio with the words live, live broadcast, and so on. It entered the stage where experts made wild guesses. Little Ling Meng, let me know when the results are out. Sei To, who had no interest in watching the experts and sociologists, ordered casually. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the virtual optical screen in the air suddenly flashed and disappeared. Sei To closed his eyes and immersed himself in meditation to pass the time. After all, for a high-level meeting like this to decide the future of the world, it would take at least 8 or 9 hours to discuss anything. In the middle, there would be wrangling for each country's own interests. Even a day would not be enough time. While most people around the world were attracted by the meeting, some sneaky people appeared in various corners of the world under the cover of the thick fog. New York, USA, near a signal tower. A tall man covered in a brown hooded cloak appeared under the signal tower and stopped. He took out a silver-white metal rod about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters thick from his cloak and inserted it into the ground. The next moment, a dozen red and green light dots similar to signal lights appeared on the metal rod. Then, a third of the lower part of the rod spun quickly, like a drill bit, throwing the soil in all directions. The rod quickly sank into the ground. In less than half a minute, the metal rod had completely disappeared into the ground. The hooded man used his foot to fill the small hole left in the ground. He took out a mobile phone-like communication tool and put it to his ear. He said in a low voice, "Position 73. Setup complete." Then, the hooded man put away the communication tool and disappeared into the thick fog again. Just like that, a few hours passed peacefully without the general public being aware of it. ZZ. At this moment, a signal disorder phenomenon that seemed to have been affected by strong electromagnetic interference suddenly appeared, causing the global summit broadcast in various countries and cities around the world to appear as if the signal had disappeared. Master. At the same time, Little Spirit Dream's figure reappeared in front of Sei To and reported in an urgent voice. Ito Sei's eyebrows moved slightly, and he opened his eyes. Global strong magnetic wave spreading phenomenon has been detected. Due to its influence, global communications have been interrupted. Wireless transmission signals have been cancelled out. Some factories have exploded due to voltage conversion, and the subsequent effects are still spreading. Little Ling Meng waved her hand and summoned a virtual optical screen. Then, she displayed some of the images that she could still monitor. "What about us?" Seito asked. "The Black Sphere System's network signal has been interfered with. Currently, the communication frequency is being recompiled. However, before the compilation is completed, the Black Sphere network can no longer achieve global connectivity. Within the metropolitan area, including the wired communication network, all communication systems were cut off. Some of the functions of the city's multifunctional intelligent robots have been damaged. At present, the city's public security, medical, security, and other intelligence systems are all paralyzed or partially paralyzed. The nanomachines network has been interfered with. Some of the nanomachines have fallen into a state of crash and require emergency repair. Apart from this, water, electricity, gas, and other daily necessities are all normal. Little Spirit Dream reported the information related to Akikuruno City one by one. Seito narrowed his eyes. Then, he ordered, "My orders are: first, immediately activate the city's protective barrier. Second, immediately begin deciphering the Bo and other related information of the external interference. Use the fastest speed to find a countermeasure and a solution. Third, open the interplanar teleportation gate and mobilize the guardian spirits into the city. They will temporarily replace the multifunctional robots in maintaining the city's public security and security. Fourth, issue a city-wide ban. No one is allowed to go out at will. At the same time, mobilize all active police officers and staff of the Special Personnel Administration to participate in the security work. Above." Yes. Little Spirit Dream was like a soldier receiving orders. Seito solemnly replied. Then, Little Spirit Dream's figure dissipated into countless photons and disappeared before Seito's eyes. At the same time, the Chinese-style towers, the Western-style magic towers, the technologically advanced obelisks, and the surface of a stone tablet shone with a gentle light. A huge transparent barrier enveloped the sky above Akikuruno City. Then, it flickered twice and became transparent, disappearing into the air. Waves of natural energy began to gather in the sky above Akikuruno City. Apart from the enchanted field, in one of the warehouses in the inner part of the city that was divided into warehouses, a huge mid-dimensional teleportation ritual circle that occupied the entire surface area of the warehouse lit up all of a sudden. Then, in a huge beam of light that descended from the sky, dozens of guardian elves of different appearances that were created according to the guardian night system of the Book of Night appeared in the warehouse. When the light dissipated, the guardian fairies quickly rushed out of the warehouse and flew into the sky with flight spells. They flew to various parts of Akazuya City, and as they flew, they used sound amplification magic to transmit the forbidden order. Then, after the multifunctional intelligent robots took over the public security work, even the police officers of the police station, who were basically idle at home, put on their uniforms and held special tools in their hands. They began to take over public security. Little Spirit Dream, who was the core control terminal of Akikuruno City, buzzed and entered a state of full operation. She began to decipher the strong magnetic waves that appeared in the outside world. Seeing Little Spirit Dream leave, Seito stood up and moved to the corridor outside the room. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the originally empty sky, the artificial angel that had entered a state of invisibility since the end of the monster tide appeared in the sky. It appeared as though it was unable to maintain its physical body and was faintly discernible. Sure enough, the changes in the Black Sphere network have also affected the situation of the artificial angel, Ito thought to himself. What was the artificial angel? Using the words of the hanging man from the magic forbidden world, it was the angel of science. The principle of its creation mainly relied on the condensation of the HM field. Although some things had changed after arriving in this world, the basic principle was still the same. Thus, after the Black Sphere Network, which had replaced the artificial celestial realm created by Misaka's sisters in the magic forbidden world, was cut off, the artificial angel that had been strengthened to the level of Alea rapidly declined. It could only rely on the subconscious waves provided by the residents of Akikuruno City to maintain its existence. It should not be forgotten that the human subconscious was actually also a kind of wave. Under the impact of the high magnetic waves, it would also be affected. Thus, in the current situation, the artificial angel had suffered a great deal of damage from this impact. Then, Ito retracted his gaze. He turned around and walked toward another empty room. Just as he was about to reach the room, Little Spirit Dream's voice rang out beside his ear once more. "Master, there is a new situation." After saying that, a virtual optical screen appeared before him. At this time, on the screen, more than 10 fully armed aliens stood in the conference hall of the Global Summit Conference. They aimed the energy weapons in their hands at the representatives of various countries and the 5 extraterrestrial visitors. This is the scene that was suddenly broadcasted after the global signal was cut off. Moreover, it is a global live broadcast, Little Spirit Dream explained. Ito's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He realized some things. It was too much of a coincidence. Or rather, the preparations were too thorough. Cutting off the global communication network made it impossible for everyone to know the real situation at the United Nations headquarters. It caused the people to fall into an unknown state of anxiety and panic. Regardless of the authenticity of the words that were released later, it would inevitably bury a seed of fear in the hearts of the people watching. It would cause the people to be suspicious and wary of the purpose of the extraterrestrial visitors. Even if the 5 extraterrestrial visitors in the current scene were being held hostage, it would still be the same. In this way, regardless of whether the people from the Milky Way Federation really wanted to help the humans complete the ascension of Earth, they would not be easily accepted by the humans. In other words, it would be tantamount to a failure. Coupled with the current situation of losing contact, the panic would further intensify. Chaos would inevitably arise. Because of the lack of communication, even global resistance could not be achieved. At that time, with the expansion of the ambitions of some ambitious people and the guidance of some aliens with ulterior motives, Earth would completely fall into a state of chaos. It would become the environment that the losers who wanted Earth to rise hoped for. Because only chaos would be able to better attract faith. Just as Ito was thinking of this, in the scene, the representatives of various countries and the 5 extraterrestrial visitors were escorted out of the United Nations headquarters under the escort of fully armed alien soldiers. They waited on an alien spaceship and disappeared into the horizon. Fortunately, the people on Earth did not trust this group of aliens, except for the United States because it was the host. Other than the president, who had to attend, most of the other countries sent their second-in-command. This kind of person could represent the country and would not affect the operations of the government. Therefore, the situation was not too serious. However, this had nothing to do with Ito for the time being. After instructing Little Spirit Dream to pay appropriate attention, he continued to walk toward the room. About half a minute later, Ito entered the empty room. When he arrived here, Ito immediately threw out 8 paper talismans and arranged them according to the 8 positions of Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Sun, Zhen, and Diuat. Then, he formed a seal and established a barrier in the room. After that, Ito, who had finished setting up the barrier, grabbed the air in front of him with one hand. The air in the entire room immediately vibrated and swarmed toward Ito's palm. In just over 2 minutes, The air in the entire room was completely compressed into a ball and was thrown into a different dimension by his spatial ability. At this time, the entire room had become a state of vacuum. Then, Seito opened the Rubik's Cube world and released a room of fresh air. After the concentration was about right, he summoned the new humans Erika Simmons, Celine, and Dawa Kira, the normal humans Lakshata, Akiji Ritsuko, Kimiyama Haruki, Scarlett O'Hara, Shia Atsuko, Dr. Zola, and the scientific researchers who had been transformed into a guardian knight. They covered almost half of the large laboratory. Activate the protection program. When they appeared, Seito ordered. Yes, sir. An orderly electronic sound rang from their bodies, and then an extremely thin layer of energy protection appeared outside their bodies, covering their skin. Needless to say, it was the personal terminal that was popular in the Rubik's Cube world, the Book of Elves. Needless to say, the version in the hands of the people present was definitely not the low-level version that ordinary people of the Rubik's Cube could have. Your mission is very simple. Decode the strong electromagnetic signal that is now spreading outside. Seito said bluntly. Then, he summoned little Ling Meng and asked her to tell the scientists what she had learned about the situation and transmit the information to the Book of Elves in everyone's hands. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, everyone quickly devoted themselves to the deciphering work. Seeing this, Seito did not disturb them. He turned around and left the room, unbeknownst to the people of the world. The same group of mysterious hooded people had quietly entered the forests of various countries around the world, or places where no one had gone. Of course, mysterious places like the ocean naturally did not lack their presence. At this time, in the Amazon rainforest known as the lungs of the world, a mysterious hooded man appeared inside the forest. He suddenly stopped, and then took out an aluminum can with a diameter of about 8 centimeters and a height of about 20 centimeters from his waist under his robe. He put it on the ground, stretched out his finger, and quickly pressed a few buttons on the electronic lock on the top. Then, there was a soft chi sound, and the top of the aluminum can gently bounced up, revealing a circular mark. Then, 4 vertical marks appeared on the bottom of the aluminum can, like a banana peel being pulled open, revealing an aluminum alloy cylinder with numerous small holes inside. In the light sound, the cylinder quickly rotated, and a strange mist sprayed out, quickly spreading in all directions. The mysterious hooded man, who should have been the first to bear the brunt of the mist, disappeared from the aluminum can with a flash of blue light the moment the aluminum can opened. The strange mist quickly spread in all directions. All the plants and movements that it encountered along the way, whether they were weeds or precious plants that were rarely seen in the outside world, whether they were rare animals on the protected list, or unknown species that had not yet been discovered by humans, all of them fell into a strange state. The plants began to grow wildly, and the animals began to mutate. It was as if they had suffered from nuclear contamination and genetic mutation. Chapter 1503. This show is finally over. In the vast universe, in a battleship of a large space fleet group, the Sirius Star, who had previously brought peace to the people of Earth, sat comfortably on a chair that looked like a slime transformation and said, "You're playing with fire." In front of the bridge of the spaceship opposite the Sirius Star, the female alien who maintained a human appearance looked away from the blue planet outside and turned to look at the Sirius Star. "I'm doing this for the Federation's independence," the Sirius Star said nonchalantly. "Independence? I'm afraid the Federation will be dragged into the abyss by your plan. If you want independence, you have to pay a price," the Sirius Star said to the female alien with a smile like a nobleman's. "By the way, what's the situation with the Orion Empire?" Then, the Sirius Star said seriously, "There's still no movement from the Orion star cluster, but you saw the situation on Earth. It should be their doing," the female alien replied with an equally serious face. "I'm afraid there are also people from the Federation involved." The Sirius star stood up and walked to the bridge. He placed his hands on the protruding platform of the bridge and looked at the beautiful Earth outside the window with a sneer. Otherwise, why would the Faith virus appear in the third batch of genetic code information bodies? The female alien was silent. Forget it. Since things have come to this, we'd better do our job well. I hope those people on Earth can collapse quickly. Only then will we have a reason to completely intervene in Earth's affairs and obtain the Armani Hall. The Sirius star propped himself up and sighed. Don't forget the existence of those people. The female alien turned her face, glanced at Earth, and reminded him. I don't know if the records in the Federation's data are true. Are there really people on Earth who can resist our power? The Sirius star tilted his head and looked at the female alien. Since even the Orion Empire has to be so cautious, I believe they exist, the female alien said calmly. We've been infiltrated for thousands of years and haven't seen those people come out to interfere. I really don't know if they don't care about us at all. Or is their intelligence just SOSO? The Sirius star sneered. The female alien did not answer. At this time, on the ground, the previous impact finally began to ferment. Chaos once again broke out uncontrollably, and this time, it was even more violent and uncontrollable than before. Even in countries like the United States, where guns were allowed, hundreds of people were killed in gunfire and chaos almost every day. Even the military and police could not suppress them. It couldn't be helped. Now that global communications were restricted, mobilization and tracking had become a problem. It was impossible to effectively deploy a team, so it was even more difficult for other people to send people to capture them. In addition, the thick fog had yet to disperse, and they had lost the help of the GPS positioning system due to strong electromagnetic interference. He couldn't even find a way forward. Amidst the chaos that affected the entire world, the mutated animals once again made their appearance, revealing their sharp fangs as jungle animals as they silently captured the fresh food known as humans. Under the influence of these two situations, a chain reaction began to occur. Because of the fear of the dangers outside and the loss of access, the workers in the various factories did not dare to leave their homes. Naturally, they were unable to enter the various factories and service departments to work. And there were no workers to work. Naturally, the corresponding products could not be produced, and the corresponding finished products in the inventory could not be sent to various stores and supermarkets for people to purchase. As a result, the supply chain of goods was broken, and supplies began to become scarce. But at the same time, except for some people who were naturally bold and had skills and abilities, ordinary people did not dare to leave their homes to go to supermarkets and shopping malls to buy necessities. So, this directly caused situations similar to hunger and diseases to begin to appear on a large scale, causing a large number of deaths among the humans who entered the later stage of mutation. And at this time, the collapse of social order was inevitable, causing the Earth to enter a chaotic era. On this day, little Ling Meng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito and said with a face full of joy, "Master, the results are out." Seito raised the corner of his eyes, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. He immediately stood up and walked out of the room. He walked quickly to the room where the elite scientists were located. Little Ling Meng fluttered behind him. In less than half a minute, Seito appeared in the room. "Sir." Sparse greetings could be heard. Seito waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Then he looked at everyone in the room and asked, "I heard from little Ling Meng that you have the results here?" "Yes." Everyone in the room looked at each other, and then Erica answered. "Can it be used directly?" Seito asked. "If it has a built-in frequency conversion system, the program code can be transmitted and the system will convert it on its own. If it doesn't have a frequency conversion system, it will need to be equipped with another frequency conversion device." Erica replied. "Okay, Erica, Immediately transfer the information to little Ling Meng, Saito ordered. Okay. Erica agreed, took out her book of spirits, and began to transmit the program to little Ling Meng. Thank you for your hard work, Saito said to the people in the room with a sincere expression. Sir, you are too polite. Still sparse and modest voices responded. Sir. At this moment, Ji Wei's voice rang out. Saito turned to look at her in confusion. Sir, I think that when we install the components this time, we can add a superquantum conversion system, Ji Wei explained. I learned from little Ling Meng about the program outside called the Artificial Heaven Realm. I know that Sir wants to strengthen the collection of human subconscious signals by adding some components to complete the core of the artificial angels, of the Artificial Heaven Realm. But I think that instead of absorbing the subconscious signals that are obviously disturbed by external magnetic waves as the foundation, it is safer to directly receive the special information emitted by the human soul itself. Do you have a way to resolve the restriction and protection of the body on the soul and directly extract the information of the human soul? Saito asked with a frown. Just as the cultivation system said, the body was the boat of the soul, the lower barrier and armor that protected the soul from the outside world. From this, one could see the protective effect the body had on the soul. Use the technique. Ji Wei answered straightforwardly. That's right. The technique can forcibly extract the information of the human soul, but have you thought about the difficulty of setting it up? Saito shook his head and asked. After all, the Artificial Heaven Realm covered the entire world. In other words, if Saito wanted to set up the technique to extract the information of the human soul, he would have to set it up on a global scale. Not to mention the possibility of success, the things that would happen during this period of time would be enough to drive Saito crazy. I know. What I mean is, only within this city. Ji Wei explained. I can think about it. Saito frowned slightly and nodded. Sir, by extension, the virtual game system in the city is also a very good platform to collect the information of the human soul. Ji Wei reminded again. I believe that in terms of effect, it is not weaker than extracting the information by force using the technique. It is also very suitable for global promotion. Hearing this, Saito's eyes immediately lit up. He was a little tempted. I will consider this matter carefully. Saito nodded with a serious face. Seeing this, Ji Wei smiled slightly and did not say anything. Saito glanced at the others. After seeing that no one spoke, he sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world. Among them, those who had nothing to do were directly sent back to their respective homes to rest, while those who still needed to be responsible for the component manufacturing like Erica were sent back to the big laboratory. Master, do we send it now? After everyone disappeared, little Ling Meng asked. Send it. As long as the Black Sphere network is restored, we will not be so passive here. Saito smiled. Yes, Master. As soon as little Ling Meng's voice fell, her eyes immediately turned crimson. Then, a large number of data streams began to be generated and were sent out through the technological obelisk built in Akikuruno City, which was part of the city's defense barrier system. In an instant, a ripple invisible to the naked eye rushed to the surroundings and the universe. Almost the next moment after this ripple spread out, a few fluorescent green words, receiving immediately appeared on the surface of the Black Sphere in the Black Sphere room in downtown Tokyo. Then, a waterfall of fluorescent green data flowed out of the surface of the Black Sphere and slid quickly. It was not until a few minutes later that the words, receiving complete, appeared on the surface of the Black Sphere that a colorful laser beam with changing colors flew out from the Black Sphere. It passed through the room and shot to the other black spheres in Japan and the Black Sphere Transmission Transit System in the universe in a special way. In this way, under the continuous point-to-point transmission, in less than an hour, The black sphere system all over the world completely returned to normal and reconnected with the artificial angel in Akakuruno City. At the same time, the shape of the artificial angel that had been changing in the sky above Akakuruno City instantly stabilized, then gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared. Then after more than half an hour, the nanomachine levitating helix above Akakuruno City, which was half dead, returned to normal. Then, the semi-suspended multifunctional intelligent robots, the city communication system, wireless transmission system, special medical tools inside the hospital, and other modern and ultra-modern technological items in the city returned to normal. Akakuruno City returned to its usual state again. Chapter 1504. You have seen the situation outside. Even if it's not for your own sake, for the safety of Shichin and her parents, you should accept my suggestion and leave with me. In the main world, in the capital, in Grandpa Chen's house, Sei-Ito, who appeared here again, said to Grandpa Chen, who was frowning. Next to Sei-Ito and Grandpa Chen, there was Aunt Lu Xiaohua with a worried face and Chen Shichin with a bad expression. It was already the third day of the world's disconnection, and the entire social environment had completely entered a period of collapse. Therefore, considering the possibility of a war between humans and aliens in the future, Sei-Ito had to come to Grandpa Chen's house again to persuade him to leave with him. That's right, Dad. It's not like you didn't see how messy the neighborhood is right now. If it weren't for Shichin at home, we might not even be able to eat a fresh meal, Lu Xiaohua added from the side. And Dad, Shichin is not an outsider, he's your grandson. What's wrong with us going to his place? What's wrong? Hearing this, old Master Chen suddenly laughed out of anger. He slapped the wooden tea table in front of him and said loudly, "That's Japan. I almost died in the hands of those bastards in Japan back then. What do you think?" This. Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but turn her head to look at Sei-Ito. Then it's fine as long as it's not Japan, right? Sei-Ito asked. Yes, as long as it's not Japan, even if you take us to the wilderness, I'll go with you. Grandpa Chen said affirmatively. Okay, then it's settled. Sei-Ito said with a sinister smile. At the same time, Chen Shichin also smiled. Auntie, pack up, I'll take you away. Sei-Ito turned his head and said to Lu Xiaohua. Okay. Lu Xiaohua quickly agreed, then stood up and ran into the house to pack up. Kid, I'm telling you, if I find out that you are taking me to Japan, don't blame me for hanging myself. Looking at his daughter-in-law, who quickly ran into the house, old Master Chen fiercely looked at Sei-Ito and said with hatred, Don't worry. It's definitely not Japan, Sei-Ito said confidently. Isn't it just Japan? There are many places in the Rubik's Cube world. If you want China, you have China. If you want foreign countries, you have foreign countries. There were even extraterrestrial planets and outer dimensions. He could definitely arrange it. As for the original half-bit wall, after discovering that there might be a war between Earth and an alien civilization, Sei-Ito wasn't sure if the other party had the technology to break through the space barrier. But just in case, Sei-Ito directly rejected the half-bit wall. Shichin. Sei-Ito stood up and said, You stay at home. I'm going to check on your father. All right. Chen Shichin nodded. Sei-Ito didn't say much and directly disappeared in front of old Master Chen. Although he already roughly knew that Sei-Ito had magical means, when he saw it for the first time, old Master Chen's face was still filled with shock. His lips trembled and he couldn't speak. What the hell? Do you think you can do it with your brother? After a while, old Master Chen, who slightly recovered from his shock, turned to look at Chen Shichin and asked her by her nickname. I can, but I can't do it as casually as my brother. Also, my brother relied on himself. I relied on external forces, Chen Shichin replied. Oh. Old Master Chen was absent-minded and casually responded. On the other side, Sei Ito, who used teleportation, once again appeared in the unit where Uncle Chen Yongli worked. Sei Ito released his mental power and enveloped the entire office area, searching for traces of Uncle Chen Yongli. However, under the scan of his mental power, there was no trace of Uncle Chen. There wasn't even a shadow of a mouse in the entire building, let alone a person. It was as empty as a haunted house. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and immediately appeared in the dormitory area. He released his mental power again and scanned the entire dormitory area. Soon enough, Chen Yongli's figure appeared in his spiritual perception, even though he had a decent image. At this time, Sei Ito's silhouette flashed. He appeared in Uncle Chen Yongli's dormitory. The dormitory's environment was not bad. It had a bedroom, living room, and bathroom layout. The total space was about 50 square meters and the walls were painted white. It was bright and clean. The interior design was simple, but it didn't lose its homely color. A bright incandescent lamp lit up the dark room due to the clouds. At this time, Uncle Chen Yongli, who was the owner of the room, was sitting on the bed in the bedroom. The collar of his white shirt was open. His eyebrows were furrowed and he was smoking a half-burnt cigarette. Sei Ito, who appeared in the room, reached out his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Chen Yongli subconsciously turned his head to look at the door. Why are you here? And how did you get in? Why didn't I hear the door? Seeing Sei Ito standing there, Chen Yongli's expression changed slightly as he stood up and asked one after another. I'm here to take you away. As for the rest, I naturally have my ways. Sei Ito smiled. Take me away? How do I leave? Chen Yongli asked with a frown. You'll know this later. Sei Ito smiled, then turned his head to look at the room and asked, Is there anything you want to bring? Chen Yongli looked at Sei Ito, who didn't intend to answer, and simply shut his mouth. He put out the remaining cigarette and began to pack up the things in the room. There weren't many things, just a few changes of clothes and a notebook to record things, so a travel backpack was enough. It's done, Chen Yongli said. Sei Ito nodded slightly, then teleported and disappeared from the room with Chen Yongli. A few seconds later, they reappeared in their home outside the second ring road. Dad, Yongli. Seeing Chen Yongli suddenly appear in the room, Chen Shichen and Elder Chen called out to him. Dad, Shichen? Chen Yongli, who was still in disbelief, called out in shock. At this time, Lu Xiaohua, who heard Chen Shichen's call, ran out of the house. After seeing Chen Yongli in one piece, she let out a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. Obviously, in the past 3 days when they lost contact, her heart was filled with worry and fear for her husband. Xiaohua. Seeing Lu Xiaohua, Chen Yongli's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, who can tell me what's going on? Chen Yongli was a government official after all, so his mind was relatively strong. He quickly recovered from his excitement and turned to ask Sei Ito, Elder Chen, and the others. It's like this. Chen Shichen looked at the others and explained. With Chen Shichen's concise explanation, Chen Yongli understood the current situation at home. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Yongli, waiting for his decision. Although the other side seemed to have come to an agreement, at the critical moment, as the pillar of the family, Chen Yongli's opinion was the most important. If he decided not to leave, then the others would definitely not leave. At that time, other than using force, there was basically no other choice. It's good to leave. After a moment of silence, Chen Yongli sighed and decided. Itomori could understand why Chen Yongli let out such a long sigh. This decision not only meant that the official career he had been working so hard for was completely cut off, but he would also have to leave his hometown and go to an unfamiliar place. However, considering the current social environment and the safety of his family, Chen Yongli had to make this decision. Fortunately, that place was chosen by his nephew and would more or less take care of his family, so he didn't have to worry about living from the start. However, when he thought about living under someone else's roof from now on, the proud Chen Yongli couldn't help but have a gloomy expression in his eyes. After that, Elder Chen's family members, including Sei Ito, didn't say anything. They silently packed up their belongings and took out everything that was valuable, could be brought, and could be used in the future. After more than an hour, they finished packing. 4 to 5 large suitcases were placed in the living room. Shichen, keep those things. Seito turned to Chen Shichen and said. Chen Shichen nodded and summoned the Book of the Fairies. She put all the suitcases in front of her into the book's dimension. Seeing this, Chen Yongli couldn't help but look at his daughter in amazement. He didn't expect that in just a short period of time, even she had the means to leave. He couldn't help but sigh at how the world had changed so much and how the future belonged to the young. You didn't leave anything behind, right? Seito looked at Elder Chen's family and asked. No, Lu Xiaohua said on behalf of Elder Chen's family. Okay then, let's go. Seito, Elder Chen, Chen Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, and Chen Shichen disappeared from the room together. The next moment, they appeared in an empty house in the southern ecological city of the Rubik's Cube world. We're here, Seito said. The house was very large, more than 100 square meters. It had 4 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a balcony. It was enough for Elder Chen's family to use. Then, Seito began to register Elder Chen's family's household information, set up personal accounts, and handle multifunction cards, etc. During this process, Elder Chen, Chen Yongli, and Lu Xiaohua were once again shocked by the things that Seito casually created. It was something that only appeared in sci-fi movies. After a while, Seito erased the virtual optical screen in front of him. With a flip of his hand, he took out 3 low-end, civilian Elven books. Elven books? Chen Shichen was shocked. Yes, it's a popular product here. It's not only proof of your identity, but also acts as a trade item that you need in your daily life. It's an indispensable tool for everyone. Seito gave a rough explanation. Everyone take one and press your palm on the cover. Seito handed over the Elven books in his hand and said, What about me? Don't I need it? Chen Shichen asked when she saw that her parents and grandfather had taken the Elven book. Don't you already have spiritual intelligence? Seito smiled. The next moment, 3 rays of light suddenly appeared in the room and enveloped Elder Chen, Chen Yongli, and Lu Xiaohua, who were holding the Elven books. Chapter 1505. P.S. Thank you, Demonic Extinction, for your precious monthly votes, and thank you, NXCX, for your tip. Sir, please help the country. Satomakes knelt on the ground, his forehead tightly pressed against the floor, and said sincerely. Beside him, there were 2 department heads from the Ministry of Environment, several officials from the cabinet, and several members of the royal family who were sent by the royal family. At this time, it had been a few days since the world entered a state of social collapse. Just 2 days ago, Satomakes, the person behind the scenes who wanted to ask Seito about the future arrangement of the Environment Ministry, came to Akikuruno City. Therefore, Satomakes inevitably found that Akikuruno City was not affected by strong electromagnetic interference. Although he had made a soul oath to forever be loyal to Ito Seiji, his inner consciousness was still in the original state. He was an S-class master, so Tsuchimiman Yujin immediately became excited. He turned around and returned to the Ministry of Environment and sent his information to the imperial family and the cabinet. This was the reason why the current situation was like this. As long as Sir is willing to help the country, the imperial family is willing to betroth Princess Yoshiko to Sir as his wife, and allow Sir's children to inherit the palace and the throne. Immediately afterward, among the kneeling members of the imperial family, an old man with black and white hair, who looked about 60 years old, said, On the side, a girl wearing a light pink kimono with red and white cherry blossom petals on the surface crawled forward a small distance while maintaining a kneeling posture, and her forehead touched the ground again. Needless to say, this person was the Princess Yoshiko, who had the right to inherit the Akakuruno Palace and the throne. It had to be said that the imperial family of Japan had put in a lot of effort. In Japan, since ancient times, only people with the surname of Minamoto and Heiwa could obtain the inheritance of the imperial family. It was said that it was to maintain the purity and sanctity of the imperial family's bloodline, even if Tokugawa Ieyasu seized power. The fundamental surname was still maintained, because before Tokugawa Ieyasu became famous, he was born with the surname of Heiwa. It was just that he didn't belong to the same family as the surname of Minamoto. But now, in order to restore Japan to a more or less normal state, the royal family not only gave away the dowry of a prince, but also gave up the right to inherit the throne. Furthermore, he even allowed his son to inherit the inheritance rights that only members of the royal family could have. This was tantamount to going against the ancestral rules. It was said that this was a challenge to the traditional rules that had existed since Amaterasu God allowed the Heian and Minamoto families to establish their own country. It could even be said to be treacherous. However, Sei Ito understood that although the conditions seemed good, as long as the other party moved down the line of succession, Sei Ito's son might not be able to inherit it even after he died of old age. It was an empty promise, and it was as good as not saying anything at all. It was just for show. Well, the premise was that he had an heir. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. However, this was only on the surface. Secretly, Sei Ito was condensing his spiritual power into a bundle. It was released and sent to the capital. At this time, in the imperial palace of Kyoto, Kyubi, who was wearing a black kimono with a white pear blossom pattern that never changed, frowned and asked in a displeased tone, "What's the matter?" "I want to ask about Takuma Jihara." Sei Ito's voice rang in Kyubi's mind. "Didn't you ask about it before?" "What I want to ask this time is about the relationship between Amaterasu and the Japanese royal family." "Japanese royal family? The batch that was planted later?" Kyubi asked in surprise. "What do you mean by planted later?" Sei Ito asked in surprise. "You don't know?" "That's true. Although your cultivation speed is fast enough, your foundation and whatnot are still too far away," Nine-Tailed Fox mocked in a disdainful tone. "Do you know the story of Shufu Dongdu?" Before Sei Ito could speak, Kyubi asked again. "Yes, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, in order to seek immortality, sent Shufu Dongdu to the east with 500 children and nearly 1,000 guards to search for the elixir of immortality." At this point, Sei Ito suddenly understood something and asked in surprise, "Are you going to tell me? The Japanese royal family are the descendants of Shufu Dongdu, right? Could it be that the legend of the Japanese being born in the Celestial Empire is true?" "Yes and no," Kyubi replied. Before Shufu Dongdu, the land called Japan was not called Japan. It was called Zisong. It was an enclave in the hands of the shifters. Originally, it was inhabited by some weak demons and humans who were captured by them to be used as food. But after a long time, there would always be some shifters. That's why a hybrid of shifters and shifters called half-shifters appeared on this land. I understand. There are times when shifters can't control themselves," Sei Ito said with a strange smile. "Humph." Nine-Tailed snorted in displeasure. However, she was well aware of the character of those lowly little demons, so she couldn't refute. "But the fate of those half-shifters isn't good." Sei Ito, who didn't want to embarrass Kyubi too much, stopped joking and said in a low voice, because just now, he remembered the half-shifters he met when he was studying at Eastern University and learned about the half-shifters' living conditions from him. That's right. Humans fear and hate them because of their demonic bloodline. The demonic beasts also look down on and bully them because of their human bloodline. That's why even though many of those demonic beasts are as strong as ordinary demonic beasts, they still live precarious lives. Hearing this, Seito faintly knew what Kyubi was going to say next. Sure enough, as Seito expected, the content of Kyubi's story was close to a pain in the ass drama. Finally, one day, a half-demon who couldn't bear the extreme persecution appeared among the half-demons. Then, he led the half-demons who lived and wandered in Japan, who were still called Zisong, to revolt. They seized a piece of land from the hands of the demon race and built their own clan land. But because of their revolt, the shifters were cruel to the remaining humans, causing a large number of humans to die and reducing the population to a certain extent. So under the desire to survive, the remaining humans asked the half-shifters for help. According to the past, the half-shifters should be against it. Seito said in a timely manner. That's right. But I have to say, you humans are very complicated. Even the half-shifters who were tainted with human bloodline became so strange. Kyubi sighed. Someone agreed to the humans' request and rescued those half-shifters. Seito said with certainty. Indeed. But because of that, the half-shifters who were originally united split into two halves, forming a new tribal alliance that kept in contact with each other while maintaining a certain distance. Then, as time passed, the humans who were protected by the half-shifters began to grow stronger. At the same time, there were new descendants who inherited the half-shifters' bloodline. They continued to travel and act as guardians, protecting the development of the tribe until later, this group of people established their community on this land. At that time, the Central Plains entered the Spring and Autumn Warring States period and the rise of the Qin dynasty. Then, Su Fu led 500 children and 1,000 elite soldiers to the east in search of the elixir of immortality. Seito said softly. He continued, that Su Fu must not be an ordinary person either. Otherwise, even if his bloodline is very thin, there are bound to be a few successors of the half-demon bloodline who have awakened beyond their generation. A mere 1,000 elite soldiers really won't be enough. That's right. Su Fu was an accomplished alchemist. According to the cultivator's realm, he was around the core formation to the golden core stage. Rank A to S. Seito converted Su Fu's cultivation level to the modern standard. He thought to himself, what happened after that? Seito asked curiously. After that, Su Fu, who had come out to seek refuge, led his soldiers to wage war against the half-shifters. After paying the price of 300 dead elite soldiers and 100 wounded soldiers, he conquered the half-shifters and became the new master of this land. The nine-tailed beast's words were filled with schadenfreude at the half-shifter's misfortune and disdain for Su Fu's bullying. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. At that time, in the primitive tribal society, even if there were craftsmen among the humans who were captured as food, they would still die in the hands of the half-shifters. Most of them were killed in the revenge of the demon race in the later period. Therefore, the later tribe was basically a primitive society without any inheritance. It was even possible that they were still wearing animal hides and did not know how to rear silkworms and weave mulberry. Apart from their incredible strength and the inhuman abilities provided by the half-demon bloodline in their bodies, they were completely inferior to the elite soldiers of the Great Qin Empire and Su Fu in terms of equipment, knowledge, and fighting method. What else could they be if they were not bullies? But in order to appease the natives of this land. After that, Su Fu married the daughter of the chief of the local tribe, and he had a son. These children are the origin of the Japanese imperial family? Seito came to a realization. It's only one of them, the nine-tailed beast said disdainfully. Then the origin of the other one is? Seito asked thoughtfully. The descendant of the maiden who followed him here, the nine-tailed beast replied. Pacify. Itose nodded slightly and said, that was indeed the case. After all, this group of maidens and soldiers followed him across the ocean to this barbarian land. If he only took the daughter of the local resident and didn't give them a status, they would have a reason to be dissatisfied. This would be detrimental to his future rule. Therefore, in order to ensure that this group of soldiers and maidens who followed him here would have something to rely on in the future, taking one of the maidens as his wife and giving birth to children was the best way. In this way, not only could he appease them, but also in the future, he could prevent the children born with the native residents from becoming too powerful. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Amaterasu, right? Seito, who had a general understanding of the origin of the members of the Japanese imperial family and other residents, understood that if he really wanted to count, they were actually all part of the same family. This has to start from the son of Su Fu, the nine-tailed beast said. After pacifying the natives and their followers, Su Fu worked hard to govern the land. Internally, he cultivated civil affairs and externally, he conquered the demons. He turned the originally loose tribes into a feudal country and built the first kingdom on this land, Yamatai. But because of this, not only did he have problems with his cultivation, his body also became weaker and weaker in the successive expeditions against the demons. In the end, he had no choice but to pass the throne to his descendants. And among his descendants there is one person that you definitely know. Is it Mimiho? When he heard about Yamatai, Seito vaguely knew who was related to Amaterasu. It's her. The shaman of the sun, the nine-tailed beast said. During her reign, there were 2 solar eclipses. According to the Koji of Japan, it was Amaterasu who hid in Amanoto. It was during the first solar eclipse that she became the Witch of Amaterasu and announced that she was the incarnation of the sun god in the human world to strengthen her authority. I see. That's why the Japanese imperial family said that their ancestor was Amaterasu. Seito finally understood the Japanese imperial family's genealogy. Don't be too happy too early. After all, the Japanese imperial family has been worshipping Amaterasu for more than 2,000 years. There is also the existence of Mimiho in the middle. No one knows what was bestowed on her. The nine-tailed beast reminded him with a cold smile. Oh right, what is Amaterasu's cultivation level? Seito nodded and asked. I've never seen it, so I don't know. Then according to your guess, what cultivation level should she be? Seito asked again. What? You still want to compete with her? The nine-tailed beast sneered. Well, let's be mentally prepared. After all, both of us are now in her territory. If she really makes a move, we have to be prepared, right? Seito ignored the nine-tailed beast's sarcasm and said bluntly. Golden Immortal, from the time of its existence and the worshipping situation in Japan, it should be around this stage. However, since she is the sun god, we can't rule out the possibility that she has a higher cultivation level. The nine-tailed beast was silent for a moment before answering. Golden Immortal, that's a lot of pressure. Seito smiled bitterly when he heard the nine-tailed beast. It couldn't be helped. According to the Taoist scriptures, the heavenly immortals and divine immortals were the lowest level. The only difference was that one had a divine position and needed to go to the heavenly court for a roll call. The other one did not have a divine position and was considered an itinerant immortal who lived in the 3 immortal islands of the East China Sea. Above that was the true immortal, which was considered a powerful person who could take up an official position among the heavenly soldiers and divine immortals. Above that was the golden immortal, which was the peak that most immortals could reach. It was also the guy who could be a general in the heavenly court. As for the Tai and Daluo, that was the fruit of the Tao. If one couldn't comprehend it, one would be a golden immortal for the rest of one's life. If one could comprehend it, one would be able to escape from the outside world and be able to avoid calamities and extend one's life. One would be one of the few great masters in the heavenly court. Then, above that was the fruit of the origin Tao. Without that great opportunity, one could forget about it for a few hundred lifetimes. Therefore, one could see how powerful a golden immortal was. Chapter 1506. It seems that I still have to give some face to Amaterasu. Seito, who learned enough information from Kyubi, sighed softly in his heart. Thank you. Then, Seito thanked Kyubi in his mind, and then, he withdrew his spiritual power. Of course, everything before seemed to take a lot of time, but in the spiritual communication, at most, it took more than a second, so until Seito withdrew his spiritual power, the people kneeling below didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Little Ling Meng. At this time, Seito suddenly called out, Master! At the same time, a large number of photon particles quickly gathered into a group, and then suddenly exploded, revealing the cute fairy little Ling Meng in a red and white witch costume. Send the manufacturing information of the special components to the factory, let them start production now. Seito ordered in a low voice. Yes, master. Little Ling Meng responded. I agree to your matter. After a day, send someone to pick up the things. Seito glanced indifferently at the Japanese officials kneeling in front of him, and said in a low voice, Yes, thank you very much, for everything that you have done today, the whole of Japan will remember. The Prime Minister of the Cabinet said loudly with gratitude. Humph. Seito frowned and let out a cold snort. Shut up. The members of the imperial family saw this, and quickly turned to the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and scolded. Yes. Forgive me for my rudeness. Nippon was the first to apologize with his forehead touching the floor like a grandson. We won't disturb your rest, master, we will leave. The imperial family elder bowed again and said. Then, he slightly raised his head and turned to Prince Yoshiko beside him. Prince Yoshiko, you stay here. I will ask someone to send your personal belongings and maids. Be sure to serve the master well. Don't lose the face of our imperial family. Yes. Prince Yoshiko quickly saluted the imperial family elder. Seito frowned when he saw this, but he did not say anything to stop him. After all, Princess Yoshiko is a bridge between him and the Japanese imperial family. At the same time, she is also a hidden line between him and the Amaterasu, so although she is not beautiful. But Prince Yoshiko, who was generally cute and good-looking, was not very interested, so he silently let her stay. In addition, my lord, please give us a piece of land to build Princess Yoshiko's palace here. After reprimanding Princess Yoshiko, the elder turned to Seito and begged. Yes. Seito said softly, Little Ling Meng, choose a piece of land for them. Yes, master. The royal elder who received permission bowed again. Then he led his clansmen, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, and the Ministry of Environments Tsuchimikado Yujin and others out of Seito's room, leaving the space for Seito and Princess Yoshiko. Seeing everyone leave, Princess Yoshiko, who was sitting alone, clenched her hands under her abdomen, and her heart was full of uneasiness. What should I do? Princess Yoshiko said anxiously. Also, will my lord want me to serve him in bed? He should. After all, my lord father and imperial grandfather are very lecherous people, and I heard from my classmates that men like to do that kind of thing. I'm just scared. You are called Princess Yoshiko? Just when Princess Yoshiko was thinking, Seito suddenly asked. Yes. Princess Yoshiko was surprised at first, and then quickly replied. Are you afraid of me? Seito asked again. Yes, No. Princess Yoshiko panicked. Oh, forget it, I can tell from your appearance. Seito chuckled. Princess Yoshiko bowed her head and did not speak. Let's go, I'll take you to the room you will be staying in tonight and in the future. Seito stood up and said to the door. Yes. Princess Yoshiko slightly bowed. She stood up elegantly from the ground and took small step. She followed Itose step by step and walked out of the room. But then again, this man is so young. He doesn't look like those old masters in the legends. On the way, Princess Yoshiko looked up from time to time and peeked at Itose's back and side face. And he's so tall, so handsome, in front. Feeling Princess Yoshiko's gaze, Seito smiled, and did not say anything. Hua! With a soft sound, Seito opened the door. We're here, Seito said as he walked into the room with Princess Yoshiko. The area of the room was not large, about 30 square meters. The floor was covered with 4 tatami mats. Except for a small table placed in the strong corner of the room, there was only one electrical appliance used to light the room. It could be described as desolate. So small and so simple. The moment she saw the room's environment, Princess Yoshiko's heart emerged such an evaluation. So stingy. Then a new evaluation emerged. Seito did not care about Princess Yoshiko's reaction after seeing the room. He turned his wrist, and took out a palm-sized disc and handed it to Princess Yoshiko. This is a TV, Seito said. Princess Yoshiko, who reached out to take the disc, was speechless, and did not know what to do. Seito saw this and smiled, and then took back the TV disc from Princess Yoshiko's hand. Under Princess Yoshiko's curious gaze, he pressed the top of the disc with his thumb, and then casually threw it to the ground. Pa! In the next instant, red and green signal lights flashed on the surface of the disc, and a virtual optical screen that was 27 to 28 inches in size appeared on top of the disc. It was currently broadcasting a television program produced by the local television station of Akikuruno. Seeing this, Princess Yoshiko's eyes showed a look of surprise. It was the first time she saw such a magical thing. In addition to the function of a TV, it also has other functions, such as Seito directly ordered the virtual screen. Connect to the network. In an instant, the image on the screen changed, jumping to the network page, and the Akiyuko City network was displayed on the screen. Okay, I've introduced everything, you can play by yourself. After a while, Seito finished introducing the functions of the small disc, then turned and walked out of the room. Just as Seito was about to step out of the door, Princess Yoshiko's face was flushed, and she whispered, "Will Sir come over tonight? Do you want me to come?" Seito stopped, turned around, and looked at Princess Yoshiko with a funny face. Princess Yoshiko only said one word, then she stopped and couldn't speak. Seito smiled gently, turned around and left the room and closed the door again. The next time, Seito and Princess Yoshiko calmly passed by. In the blink of an eye, the next day came. This morning, under the protection of the special personnel of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and the ninjas sent by the royal family, a team composed of dozens of men and women passed the inspection and entered Akiyuko City. Then halfway through, the team divided into 3 groups. One group went to the factory under the guidance of Akiyuko City's security system to receive a batch of special components that can restore the country's unlimited communications and network communications. Another group composed of several old people and several middle-aged people, led by multifunctional intelligent robots, went to the blank space that was divided and began to do indoor observation and mapping work. As for the last group of people, it was composed of 8 beautiful young women between the ages of 20 and 25 years old. Under the leadership of the royal family's elder, who attended the invitation yesterday, they came to the foot of the shrine and walked up the stairs to the shrine. Needless to say, these 3 groups of people were the workers and technicians who came to receive the components, the architects who designed the palace, and the maids that the royal family promised to send to serve Princess Yoshiko. But from the looks of those maids, it is estimated that they also have other functions, right? And with the nature of the Japanese royal family, and the traditional customs of Japan, it is indeed not impossible. However, in this way, the originally deserted shrine immediately became popular. At the same time, Itose was able to live the life of a corrupt royal family, where he was served by others, and even when he bathed, someone would serve him. Just like this, a few more days passed. During this process, Tokyo City, which was adjacent to Akikuruno City, had more or less recovered their communications. At the same time, they were slowly spreading to the surrounding areas at an unstoppable pace, restoring communications to other areas. However, on this day, in the vast universe, accompanied by a flash of blue light that covered a very wide range, another fleet of hundreds of alien spaceships appeared in the solar system and flew in the direction of Earth. At the same time, the fleet docked near the Moon's orbit, in a spaceship different from other battleship. Report. Come in. The metal door automatically retracted to the side, revealing the person behind the door. Judging from the protruding appearance of the person's head, this person was also a Sirius. The Sirius citizen entered the room and reported to the Sirius citizen who had attended the meeting on Earth before. The Sirius citizen was sitting on a transformative chair and reading an alien book. Captain, a large-scale flux space diffusion reaction was detected near Pluto. According to the waveform jump, it is a space jump. Okay. The Sirius frowned and asked, "Send a reconnaissance ship immediately. I want to know what happened there." Yes. The Sirius soldier accepted the order and then left the room. I hope it's not someone from the Orion Empire. At this time, the Sirius soldier, who was no longer in the mood to read the alien magazine, frowned and thought with a heavy heart. Otherwise, I can only give up this plan. Chapter 1508. P.S. Thank you to Xing Ji for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Xing Ji and NXCX for their tips. This was a house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. The total area was about 80 square meters. At this time, Ito Satori and Yang Wei, the captain of the Secret Service team, stayed in one of the rooms that looked like a bedroom. Yang Wei went straight to a brown solid wood wardrobe, opened the wardrobe door, and pulled out the clothes hanging inside to reveal the wood on the wall. Then, under Sei Ito's gaze, Yang Wei tapped the wardrobe 9 times in a specific way. A small window about 15 centimeters in length, width, and height was revealed. What was revealed was a metallic color, and there was a small hole the size of a finger. Yang Wei put his right index finger into the small hole. DNA authentication passed. Please state the password. The next moment, an electronic voice came from the wall. Unparalleled in the 3 kingdoms. As soon as Yang Wei finished speaking, Sei Ito couldn't help but show a funny and surprised expression on his face. He looked at Yang Wei with a strange expression. Yang Wei, who clearly felt the stare behind him, froze and showed an awkward expression. I didn't expect Captain Yang to be so interested in games. Sei Ito said. Just for fun, Yang Wei replied awkwardly. Password correct. As the electronic voice sounded, a door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a small metal room that was somewhat similar to an elevator. Please come in. Yang Wei invited and walked in first. Without hesitation, Sei Ito followed him in. Yang Wei pressed the button and the alloy door closed again. Then, they felt the elevator shake slightly. The gravity loss caused by the rapid drop fell on them. Ding! In less than 5 seconds, the alloy door opened to both sides with a soft sound. In an instant, a bright space full of sci-fi style appeared in front of Sei Ito. Yang Wei walked out of the elevator. He led Sei Ito to a closed alloy door. Warning, danger detected. Please report your permit number immediately. Otherwise, defensive attack will begin in 10 seconds. Before Yang Wei and Sei Ito could make a move, an intense alarm echoed in the sci-fi room. At the same time, the door of the passageway that the 2 of them had come from quickly closed, and dozens of small round holes as thick as 2 fingers were exposed. One by one, laser weapons with a red light at the front end were revealed. I'm Yang Wei. Permission number is Z000983756666523. I'm now applying for temporary permission to authorize the people around me. Yang Wei's expression didn't change at all as he replied quickly. Certification approved. Application in submission. Yang Wei didn't speak and just waited quietly. About a minute later, the mechanical voice rang out again. Permission granted. Chi. At the same time, the tightly shut alloy door opened from the middle and disappeared into the walls on both sides. The space inside was also full of sci-fi colors, but it was more human than the outside. Yang Wei led Seito through the door and walked in. The two of them walked through a hall full of idle people and walked into a wide cement passage big enough for a military truck to pass through. Then, after another 2 turns, he arrived at the door of an office. Yang Wei raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Behind the door, Seito was familiar with the voice of group leader Zhao. Yang Wei opened the door and led Seito into the room. In an instant, group leader Zhao, who was slightly fat, and an old Taoist in a Taoist robe, who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed, and a burly middle-aged man with a shiny bald head came into Seito's sight. Oh, he felt that although the two of them didn't deliberately release their aura, they didn't hide it either. Seito sneered in his heart. In Seito's perception, the old man in the Taoist robe was the strongest. He was a cultivator in the gold core stage, which was equivalent to a profession between the S level and the legendary level. However, since cultivators were in line with the world from the beginning, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be considered as a real legendary level cultivator. As for the burly man, it was much simpler. He was an S+ level master. Obviously, they were all prepared for Seito. It seems that the previous minute of review wasn't in vain. Seito almost instantly understood why they were here. Hello, we meet again, Mr. Seito. Group leader Zhao stood up and walked around the desk to Seito with a kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hands and said. During this process, the burly man and the Taoist robe also locked their eyes and divine thoughts on Zhang Han. What a big battle array! Seito stretched out one hand and let group leader Zhao hold it. He glanced at the two people and sneered. After saying this, Seito's mental strength instantly spread out and rushed toward the two people like a storm. Humph! And 2 muffled groans came from the throats of the Taoist robe and the burly man. Their faces were pale and their eyes were full of fear as they looked at Seito. Seeing the change in the two people, group leader Zhao understood what had happened. His face changed slightly and his pupils shrank. Shock emerged in his heart. How is this possible? Qing Song Taoist robe has been in the gold core stage for decades and has never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation with a legendary level master. How can he be defeated in a test? However, group leader Zhao was a person who had been through a lot. His expression changed almost instantly and he said with a kind smile, I don't know why Mr. Ito is here this time. Seito, who didn't intend to fall out with the Secret Service team, didn't force them too much. He withdrew his mental pressure and took out his mobile phone and played the video that he had played for Yang Wei before. At this time, the 10 battleships that broke through the atmosphere were about to enter the airspace of various countries. Is this true? Group leader Zhao's face changed greatly and he asked anxiously. I'm not so bored as to joke about this kind of thing, Seito said lightly. So, Mr. Ito means. Group leader Zhao raised his head and looked back at Seito with deep eyes. Nothing, I just came to inform you, so that you won't be killed in your confusion. Seito turned off the video on his mobile phone and said lightly. This was indeed his original intention, but in addition, it was also implied that he wanted to use the population base and the strength of the army to delay the invasion of the aliens, but this was an open conspiracy. There was no need for him to say anything, the Secret Service team and the higher-ups would inevitably do it. Well, that's all I have to say, I should leave. Seito finished speaking and turned to walk out. Wait, Group Leader Zhao quickly called out. Huh! Seito stopped and half turned to look at Group Leader Zhao. Mr. Ito, you have seen the current situation. The Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis. Should we also give up on each other's suspicion and talk about cooperation before this big crisis? Group Leader Zhao said solemnly. What do you want to talk about? Seito asked blankly. Communication system. I don't know if Mr. Ito can give us the technology of this communication system in your hands, Group Leader Zhao said. I don't believe that you don't have communication means to deal with the current situation, Seito said disdainfully. There is, but to tell you the truth, this communication means can only cover parts of the capital, Jinko and Hebei province, and it can only be used by special departments. It can't be used like the system in Mr. Ito's hands, which can restore paralyzed basic tools. Group Leader Zhao said bluntly. So for the safety of the Earth, I ask Mr. Ito to provide this system so that we can carry out the upcoming full-scale war more effectively. Group Leader Zhao is worthy of his military background. As soon as he opened his mouth, he smashed the name of righteousness. You want this system, same old rules. Give me something in exchange for it. Seito sneered. Mr. Ito is a bit unscrupulous. At this time, you still care about small profits. At this time, the bald middle-aged man, who had been unhappy with Seito for a long time, said sarcastically. However, out of respect for the strong, he still called Seito respectfully. If you think I'm unscrupulous, you don't have to, Seito said coldly. Seito is sure that the other party will want this system. After all, this system brings not only simple communication recovery, but also wartime command system recovery. This is the most useful thing for the upcoming full-scale war. Otherwise, the coverage area is only about a province. A communication system that can only be used by a small number of people to command a war of this scale is completely nonsense. Bam 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 bam. The bald middle-aged man clenched his fists, making a soft sound. It can't be helped. Who told Seito's identity to be disliked? What's more, Ito Seiji, who was Chinese in his soul, also understood that most Chinese people always had the mentality of, those who are not of my race must have a different heart towards foreigners. It wasn't easy to get rid of it. Good. Let's do it according to the old rules. Group Leader Zhao looked deeply at Seito and nodded. Wait, I want to choose the item for this transaction. Seito waved his hand to stop Group Leader Zhao from speaking. Okay, but only one item. Group Leader Zhao bargained. 10 items. Seito replied bluntly. Impossible. Don't forget the significance of this system to you. The value of cultural knowledge and some special items is also priceless. But if no one uses it, if no one learns it, even if it is priceless, it is still a waste. 2 items. Group Leader Zhao gave in. No, 9 items. Think about the number of combatants this system can protect. Seito also gave in at the right time. Otherwise, if his attitude is too tough, the transaction will really not be able to continue. No, it can only be 2 items. Group Leader Zhao firmly said, although this system is important, it's not like we can't research it. So, the value of these 2 items is the highest. But what about the time it takes? And if a war breaks out during this period, what about the casualties of the combatants? What about the losses of ordinary people? These are also priceless. Seito sneered. Group Leader Zhao frowned and finally said, I'll give in one last time. 3 items, no more, and this transaction is over. Okay, 3 things, just 3 things. Ito-sei looked at the determined team leader Zhao in front of him and nodded. Then, Seito took out a USB drive and threw it to Group Leader Zhao. This is the relevant information of this system. Now take me to pick it up. Seito said. Please wait a moment. Group Leader Zhao, who took the drive, called out again. Seito frowned and looked at group leader Zhao with an unpleasant expression. One last thing, I don't know if Mr. Ito can sell a few sets of the Rainbow Light Cannon system to us to fight against alien spaceship. Group leader Zhao said with a smile. Don't talk about this matter, so as not to hurt the friendship between you and us. Seito narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, Aosong Taoist, please take Mr. Ito to the warehouse to pick something. Seeing Seito's determined face, group leader Zhao couldn't say more. He turned to Aosong Taoist with a helpless expression. Okay. Aosong Taoist replied, then stood up and walked to Seito. He opened his arms and said, Please. Seito nodded slightly and turned to follow. Panglong, take this to the combat laboratory and let them produce the finished product as soon as possible. When Seito walked out of the room, group leader Zhao threw the USB drive to the bald man and said, I'm going to report to the central government now. After that, he returned to his desk and sat down. He reached out and pressed somewhere under the desk. A secret door opened behind the back of his chair, revealing a small enclosed room about 15 square meters. Group leader Zhao turned his chair and walked in. On the other side, under the guidance of Aosong Taoist, Seito stood in front of a wall. At this time, Aosong Taoist walked in front of the wall and pressed on a brick. Then, a small keyboard and screen appeared. Aosong Taoist's long sleeve blocked Seito's view, and his other hand quickly pressed on the keyboard. Then, with a soft chi sound, the brick wall and the alloy door behind it opened at the same time. Then, a huge room, which looked like a library and a storage room, appeared in front of Ito-sei's eyes. It was protected by a formation that emitted strong waves. Aosong Taoist made a seal with one hand and waved his long sleeve with the other. The array that blocked the entrance revealed a gap that was large enough for one person to pass through. Go in, you are only allowed to pick 3 things, Aosong Taoist said coldly. Seito didn't care about this. He stepped through the gap in the middle and walked into the Secret Service team's storage room. The first thing that caught his eye were all kinds of incomplete and rare cultivation techniques and scriptures. Then, there were materials and spiritual items of different shapes and sizes that either emitted or did not emit any energy fluctuations. Finally, there were the completed divine weapons and cultivation technique jade slips that had some background. However, from what he could roughly see, the Secret Service task force didn't try to trick him this time. They really did let someone take him to the inner vault, where the good stuff was stored, and not the outer vault, where the deceptive stuff was stored. Chapter 1509. However, after thinking about it, he realized that Seito could not be suppressed by Taoist Pine Tree, a golden core cultivator who had once fought against a legendary cultivator. Furthermore, he might need Taoist Pine Tree's help in the future. It would be foolish to use something that could fool others to provoke Seito. Seito looked around the inner treasury and released his mental strength. In an instant, a strong pressure from the formation enveloped him, forcing his mental strength to retreat into his body. What kind of formation is this? It's so powerful that even my mental strength is suppressed to a certain extent. Seito frowned and thought to himself. However, this made him even more determined to find a few high-level array formation books. That's right, formation books. For the current Seito, spiritual objects and spiritual plants were not necessary. Even if he wanted them, he could obtain them through other means and then mass-produce them through planting in the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, by analogy, smithing materials were also excluded. The only things left for him to choose from were special items with special functions and some good things that he might be interested in. But again, these were not things that Ito-sei had to obtain at the moment. On the contrary, the array book, which could be used to cultivate and comprehend the rules, could be used to increase defense, and had other uses, became his first choice. Then, Ito-sei raised his spiritual power and forcibly released it against the pressure of the battle array. He began to scan the entire treasury. How is this possible? Outside the inner treasury, Taoist Pine Tree exclaimed in shock as he saw the situation inside the treasury through the auxiliary function of the treasury guarding formation. As the elder of the Secret Service team who was responsible for guarding the treasury, Taoist Pine Tree knew the power of the formation of the treasury. Taoist Pine Tree was well aware of the power of the spell formation in the warehouse. It was created by a nascent soul-stage-old monster and had the power to suppress legend rank expert. Any legend rank expert who entered the warehouse would lose their ability to influence the outside world and temporarily become an ordinary person as long as they had not broken through to the legend rank. But now? Not only did Taoist Pine Tree activate the formation, but he also released his mental strength against the suppression of the formation. Taoist Pine Tree knew very well what this meant. This meant that Taoist Pine Tree had the ability to surpass the legendary realm. How could he not be shocked? Who is this guy? He has such strength at such a young age. Moreover, he has so many good things in his hands. If there's trouble in the future, does the country really have a way to deal with him? Taoist Pine Tree's face showed a hint of worry. I didn't expect the Secret Service team to have so many good things in the inner treasury. Itose exclaimed. He didn't notice what Ching Song Taoist priest was thinking, or even if he did notice, he wouldn't care. It turned out that under his mental strength scan, Itose found at least 4 or 5 good things that made him feel excited. Among them, there were 2 things that interested him the most. The first was a sharp dagger that contained the fluctuations of the rules. The other was a tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura. Should I just take the 3 formation books and leave, or should I take the 2 formation books and the tower-shaped object? Or should I just take 1 formation book? Should I take the other 2? Sei-Ito thought with some hesitation. But soon, Sei-Ito made up his mind. He stepped forward and moved with a clear goal in the inner treasury. Okay. After a while, Sei-Ito walked out of the inner treasury with 2 jade slips and a tower-shaped object in his hand. That's right, Sei-Ito's choice was to take the 2 formation books and the tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura. The reason why he did not choose the dagger that contained the rules was because he had no use for it. Although the rules contained in the dagger were good, they were only good. For someone like him, who had the rules in the Rubik's Cube world, they were not valuable at all. Not to mention, Sei-Ito had just extracted the information from the rules and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world for comparison. He believed that it would not take long for him to master it with his own ability. So, the most valuable rules were worthless to him. As for the sharpness of the dagger because of the rules, it was even less valuable to him. He could casually use alchemy to forge a pseudo-semi-god weapon. Although it was a bit worse than the dagger, it was definitely not much sharper. Why would he waste a chance to choose something that was useless to him for the sake of sharpness? On the other hand, the tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura was worth wasting a chance to bring out because it would be easy to understand in a short time. That was why he made such a choice. Taoist priest Ching Song glanced at the item in Sei-Ito's hand and nodded. He waved his hand to seal the formation and closed the alloy door. After making sure that the treasury was closed, Taoist priest Ching Song gestured with one hand and said, "This way, please." Sei-Ito nodded slightly, put away the item, and followed. After a while, Sei-Ito was sent back to the surface. "I won't be seeing you off." Taoist priest Ching Song stood with one hand in front of him and lowered his eyes. Sei-Ito glanced at Taoist priest Ching Song, who had been treating him coldly since the beginning. Sei-Ito was too lazy to say anything. He directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of him. Seeing Sei-Ito disappear, Taoist priest Ching Song's eyes flashed slightly. He then calmed down and turned around to return to the underground base. You haven't rested yet?" Sei-Ito appeared at home and looked at Prince Yoshiko, who was sitting there absent-mindedly. Master. Prince Yoshiko was startled when she heard the question. She quickly got up and greeted him. Why haven't you rested yet? Seito turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 21:48 p.m. and asked again. Sir, are we going to fight with the aliens? Prince Yoshiko secretly bit her lips, then looked up at Seito and asked with a worried expression. Hearing this, Seito understood. She must have heard the discussion between the two maids who served him before. The reason why he didn't say it was the maids who reported it was because the maids were trained to not gossip to their masters. Well, at least that's what Seito knew. Something like that. Seito casually replied. Oh. Prince Yoshiko whispered. Well, if this kind of thing happened, it's up to us, the people who were pushed out by you, to take care of it. It's none of your business. Don't think so much, go and rest. Itose walked to Princess Yoshiko's side and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then he walked past Prince Yoshiko and went to the inner bedroom. Listening to Seito's footsteps that were not deliberately hidden, Prince Yoshiko's face flashed a look of hesitation, but she quickly calmed down. She turned her head and looked at the direction where Seito disappeared with a complicated expression, then withdrew her gaze and returned to her bedroom to rest. Just as the people in Asia fell asleep in ignorance, the 10 spaceships that descended over the European countries sent a message to the world in a coded way. Humans on Earth, listen up, now you have 10 minutes to consider whether to surrender to the Orion Empire and accept the rule of the Orion Empire. After 10 minutes, if there is no clear answer, the Orion Empire will officially launch a landing operation on Earth. Of course, in order to allow the humans on Earth to hear their announcement, Orion used the infinite transmission technology of their super technology to directly activate the transmission tools that could receive signals, such as televisions, computers, mobile phones, radio, and so on, which could not function normally due to signal blocking in human society, and sent the channel to everyone's ears. At the same time, because of this indiscriminate announcement, because of the lack of entertainment, the people in Asia who had been reduced to relying on walking for transportation, shouting for communication, relying on dogs for law and order, and relying on their hands and wives for entertainment, were awakened from their slumber and listened to the domineering announcement echoing in the room. Then, after more than a minute, the people in the world who had completely recovered from the shock fell into an uncontrollable panic, including those mutants who were originally lawless. After all, they also understood that for the aliens, they were also humans and could be eliminated. How is it, can the nuclear bomb be launched? In the British Prime Minister's office, the first person who looked at the man in military uniform in front of him asked anxiously. Yes, but the number may not be enough to kill the enemy. The man in military uniform said helplessly. Damn it, what are those people in the Ministry of Science and Technology doing? Why haven't they solved the problem of information blocking yet? The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the desk in front of him and cursed in exasperation. The man in military uniform tactfully did not answer and let the Prime Minister vent his anger there. A moment later, the Prime Minister calmed down a little after he had calmed down a little. He got up and walked to the side, taking out an old-fashioned telephone with a control disc on the surface from a hidden compartment of a bookshelf. Dialing numbers depended on the disc's rotation. He muttered something softly as he dialed the number. This is Buckingham Palace. Soon, a majestic male voice came from the phone. This is David Carmel. Please let Her Majesty the Queen answer the phone. Although they were many miles apart, the British Prime Minister still said respectfully, Please wait a moment. Click. The sound of the phone being gently put aside came from the phone. The British Prime Minister waited quietly. Hello. In less than a minute, the voice of an old woman came from the phone again. For the British Prime Minister, who often saw the Queen, he immediately knew the identity of the person on the other side of the phone, the current Queen Elizabeth II. Chapter 15:10. 10 minutes was not a long time, but for the European countries that were about to face an alien invasion, it was not enough. It was not short, but it made the Orion people who were waiting for the Earthlings to make a choice impatient. Every minute was so boring. "Sir Commander, there's a communication request." Just when half of the allotted 10 minutes had passed, a soldier from the Orion Empire suddenly spoke. "Where is it from?" The commander was surprised. "Earth, but it's using the Empire's military communication band," the soldier replied. "Connect it," the commander frowned and ordered. At the next moment, a huge virtual optical screen appeared before him. On the screen was a guy who looked exactly the same as a Caucasian man on Earth, with the exception of having a pair of very strange eyes that seemed to contain boundless energy. "Tell me where you belong to." The man spoke in a straightforward and forceful manner. "Who are you?" The commander's eyes flashed coldly as he questioned. "Commander of the Special Forces of the Orion Empire, Sadranskarjan," the white man on the screen replied calmly. As soon as the voice fell, the commander who was sitting in the chair immediately jumped up as if there were needles under his butt. He saluted the Orion Empire military salute to the white man on the screen and reported loudly. "Commander of the Orion Empire's 7th Battle Fleet under the Southern Exploration Corps, 1st Platoon, Olejna. Greetings, sir." From his series of actions and the way he addressed him, the white man named Sadranskarjan's official position was obviously higher than his. "Southern Exploration Corps? Who gave you the order to allow you to enter the solar system?" Sadranskarjan questioned loudly. "I'm sorry, sir. You shouldn't ask me about this kind of thing. Ask my General Nader." Olejna, who was annoyed by the continuous questioning, replied in a neutral tone. "Very well." The energy star cluster in the white man's eyes spun rapidly as he said calmly. Then, as the virtual optical screen flashed, it disappeared in front of Olejna's eyes. "Damn it!" Olejna sat back in the captain's seat and cursed in a low voice with a displeased expression. "How long has it been?" Then Olejna asked loudly. 3 minutes and 12 seconds until the deadline," the soldier replied. "We're not waiting anymore. Attack!" Alawina ordered sternly. Obviously, he was going to use the humans on Earth as his punching bag. As soon as his order was given, a dozen or so large openings appeared on the outer deck of the 10 ships. Large cannons with large calibers were released from the openings and transported the energy to the ship. In an instant, balls of light blue energy began to brew in the barrel of the cannon. 2 seconds later, a dozen beams of light bombarded the ground below. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky. A large amount of smoke and dust rose like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion, causing the already dense fog to become even thicker and murkier. "The destruction rate of the buildings on the ground is 100%. The city is completely destroyed," the soldier reported. The same thing happened to the Orion Empire's warships hovering over several other countries. "Continue," Olia said calmly. Following which, the 10 warships moved one after another, moving toward the neighboring cities around the destroyed city. With the speed of the Orion Empire's battleships, even in their current slow sailing state, the Orion Empire's battleships were still able to reach the Orion Empire. It would take them less than 5 minutes to reach the next location. Fortunately, the humans' counterattack was launched soon after. In the blue sky, dozens of missiles as thick as an adult's thigh, taller than a person, with radiation symbols printed on the surface, with a long tail flame trailing behind them, split into 10 different groups and blasted toward the alien spaceships moving over the European countries. Heat source detected. 15 in number, estimated to hit our ship in 30 seconds, in one of the spaceships, a Orion Empire soldier reported. "Activate the automatic defense system and shoot down those things." Then, dozens of green laser beams shot out from the Orion Empire's spaceship, instantly hitting the flying nuclear warhead and cutting the nuclear warhead in half like cutting an object. Boom! In an instant, the sky lit up, followed by a violent explosion that reverberated in the air. Then, a large dark mushroom cloud rose in the sky, blocking the sun and plunging the world into darkness. Under the protection of the thick fog, the humans who witnessed all this showed a look of despair on their faces. They clasped their hands in front of their chests, or hugged their loved ones, silently praying to God in their hearts. It couldn't be helped. The European countries were Catholic areas. No matter what kind of religion they believed in general, they believed in God, so in this case they would only pray to God, and not to any other god. It was unknown if the prayers of the believers were really heard or if there was some other situation, but two angels with wings completely composed of energy flew out from the sky above France and Italy respectively, turning into a stream of light that rushed toward the 10 warships. In response, the humans who saw the angels knelt on the ground one after another and silently recited prayers from the Bible. While praying, the humans' thoughts turned into faith. Faith passed through the void and connected with the angel, turning into energy, causing the angel to become even more powerful. It gave off a gentle glow, comforting the souls of the people who looked at it, and then providing faith even more devoutly. The cycle continued. Hyperdimensional energy body detected, the Orion soldier reported. How many dimensions? The commander asked seriously. 4, the soldier replied. Phew. The commander was relieved. Activate the energy shield and charge the super quantum beam cannon at the same time. Get ready to fire, the commander ordered. At the same time, in another warship above Germany, a series of urgent sirens sounded. High energy response detected, we are locked on, the soldier on the warship reported anxiously. Activate the energy shield and adjust the tilt of the hull at the same time. Get everyone ready to resist the impact, the commander of the warship ordered. Under his order, an energy shield emitting a faint light appeared outside the hull, enveloping the entire warship. At the same time, the hull quickly deflected and tilted into an inclined plane. Then, in the next moment, a blue energy beam as thick as an adult's body flew out from Germany below the warship and bombarded the inclined plane that the warship had just formed. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard. The energy shield is weakening 89%, 85%, 81%, 76%. The soldier reported continuously. Have you identified the type of attack? The commander asked. It's a strong particle energy cannon, the soldier replied. Aren't Earthlings an elementary internal civilization? How can there be a strong particle energy cannon? The commander asked with a frown. However, no one could answer this question. Therefore, no one else spoke except for the soldier's report. 43% stopped the bombardment, the soldier reported after a while. Lock on to the location of the bombardment immediately and destroy it, the commander ordered loudly. Then, an energy beam flew out from the Orion Empire's warship, which had retracted its energy shield, and bombarded the location where the bombardment had originated. The energy beam flew very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the starting point of the bombardment and landed. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, a mushroom cloud rose from a mountain forest in Germany. The shock wave spread out and broke the surrounding trees, causing a forest fire to burn and spread. However, the same counterattack took place in the United Kingdom. At this moment, an ink-colored beam of light, only as thick as 2 adult fingers, flew out from the United Kingdom below the warship and landed on the energy shield of the Orion Empire's warship, which had also suddenly deployed its energy shield. Then, with a crisp crack, the energy shield on the exterior of the Orion Empire's warship shattered violently, exposing the hull to the air again. However, immediately afterward, a golden energy beam flew out from the direction of the United Kingdom's capital, London, and bombarded the outer wall of the Orion Empire's warship, which was completely unprotected. Under the bombardment of the golden energy beam, the Orion Empire's warship shook violently. The outer wall began to heat up and turn red. Then, in less than 10 seconds, it was penetrated, allowing the golden energy beam to bombard the interior of the warship. Boom! Then, there was the same violent explosion, but a large ball of blazing fire appeared on the alien warship. Then, the golden beam changed from a direct bombardment to a horizontal sweep. Like an inexperienced boning apprentice, the beam moved slowly and cut through the entire warship. In just over a minute, the golden energy beam completely cut through the alien warship. Boom! An even more violent explosion came from the Orion Empire's warship. Finally, the warship seemed to have lost its power. Amidst the continuous explosions, the warship tilted and fell to the ground. At this point, the United Kingdom has won the first battle since the start of the war. At the same time, as if stimulated, the two angels, who were soaring high in the sky, deftly dodging the energy attacks launched by the alien warship, quickly rushed to the front of the alien warship. They raised the greatsword in their hands, which seemed to be burning with white flames, and slashed at the warship's energy shield. Creak, creak, an ear-piercing sound rang from the intersection of the two warships. The angels ignored the noise and raised their greatsword again, slashing down again. Once, twice, thrice, the cycle repeated. But it didn't take long for the angels to give up their somewhat foolish behavior. Because at this moment, a team of 5 fully armed Orion Empire soldiers flew out from a landing port and flew at high speed toward the angels, who were like insects to the warship. Chapter 1511. P.S. Thank you to NXCX for the tip. As expected of the birthplace of Celtic mythology, their heritage is really strong. Seito thought to himself as he recalled the battle scene in Europe he saw through the virtual optical screen. The reason why he said so was because just now, after the United Kingdom used special operations to eliminate the alien battleships that invaded their airspace, Germany, France, and other countries with battleships that invaded their airspace also erupted with their own heritage one after another. For example, France and Italy had already dispatched the church angels and the large-scale trial spells that were later cast. For example, the rune spell that Germany launched after their technological weapons failed. And another example was the fairy magic attack that appeared in Russia. In short, under the sudden outbreak of counterattacks from various countries, the 10 alien spaceships that invaded Earth were all destroyed and crashed. The only difference was that one side was completely annihilated without a single alien escaping. On the other hand, some fully armed aliens escaped from the battleships and launched ground operations against the other country like guerrilla warfare. But correspondingly, the alien fleet belonging to the Orion Empire also underwent new changes. In the cosmic scene presented in the virtual optical screen, the Orion Empire's battleships that were originally hovering in the geosynchronous orbit move. Except for the huge main ship and 50 escorting battleships, all the other battleships started moving again. While using laser weapons to clean up the space debris, satellites, and other debris on the way, they broke into the atmosphere. A new round of landing operations began. As a result, before the fleet entered the atmosphere, the communication system that might still have a chance to be restored was completely paralyzed along with the destruction of the satellite. The European governments were blinded and could only rely on other methods to observe the required areas. At the same time, the Black Sphere transmission transit system set up over Europe also suffered a devastating blow. But fortunately, because the territories of the European countries were relatively small and they relied on relatively densely packed areas, the number of Black Sphere transmission transit systems used to support this area was not many. There were only 3 of them, and the distance between them was still very far. Not all of them were in the area where the Orion Empire's fleet was marching. Therefore, except for one that was indeed destroyed, the other 2 were still functioning normally. The Black Sphere network in Europe was not disconnected. About 3 minutes later, as many as 30 to 40 Orion Empire battleships broke through the obstruction of the atmosphere. They entered Earth's airspace. This time, the Orion Empire did not issue any pre-war announcements. Anyway, they had already issued one before. At the same time, the fleet no longer fought separately like before. Instead, they gathered directly. They formed a fleet and flew over the United Kingdom, where the Orion Empire battleship was the first to crash. The intention of the Orion Empire was very obvious. They wanted to beat the guy who stood out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. At the same time, in an underground space in the United Kingdom. Mage Lance, can you defeat them? Queen Elizabeth II of England sat on a red leather sofa and looked at an old mage with a ruddy complexion. He was wearing a luxurious suit with intricate patterns on the surface. His long hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin vine. If it's just 1 or 2 ships, I might be able to eliminate them with the help of the magic tower. But with this number, I'm sorry, I'm powerless, the mage said as he looked at the wall not far away. The image of the outside world was being broadcasted by the transmission magic array. How's Sylvia? Queen Elizabeth turned to look at Valtori, who was standing beside her. Except for the helmet, he was fully armed. The sword in his hand was pointed to the ground. He looked like a handsome statue. She's still resting. I'm afraid she won't be able to use the sword in the stone for another hour. Valtori replied. Bishop Campbell, does the church have a way to deal with this crisis? Finally, Queen Elizabeth's gaze fell on the fourth person in the room. It was a white-haired old man in a white bishop robe. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The Holy Spirit tool in the hands of the Church can only guarantee that London will not be destroyed in this attack. More than that, there's no way. The protagonist named Campbell bowed his head and replied respectfully. If it was an ordinary bishop, he would not show such humility to Queen Elizabeth. After all, the two sides were not related. At most, he would show respect to the Queen's identity as the head of the country. However, Campbell could not because he belonged to the Church of Light, which was the Protestant bishop. In the United Kingdom, the highest leader of the Church of Light was the Queen. Therefore, he had to show the highest respect, whether from the perspective of the Church or from the perspective of the subject. Queen Elizabeth heard this and slowly closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. When the others saw this, they tactfully kept quiet and quietly accompanied her. More than a minute passed like this. What kind of price do we have to pay for the legendary mage of the magical realm to be willing to help? Queen Elizabeth asked again. Your Majesty, you seem to have misunderstood us. Wizard Lance frowned imperceptibly and said softly, although we of the realm of devils are detached from worldly affairs and do not accept Britain's command, we are still a two-faced existence. When our country is in such a crisis, we are equally anxious. Elizabeth opened her eyes and met Barbara Lance's gaze. But Your Majesty, you have to be considerate of us. After all, the magical realm still needs people to be stationed there. Moreover, even if Mage Fail and Mage Dylan Mary are willing to give up their duties and come out to fight, it won't be of much help to the current situation. Campbell continued softly as he looked at the Queen with his blue eyes without blinking. I'm sorry I misspoke, Queen Elizabeth apologized. There's no need for that. The Queen Wang Ning is just too concerned about the country's safety. Campbell nodded slightly and said politely, That's right. The United Kingdom is hopeless this time, isn't it? Queen Elizabeth clenched her hands together and said softly with a voice full of uncontrollable unwillingness and sorrow. No one answered. For a moment the underground space, which was still considered wide, was completely silent. As long as the people are still here, as long as the Queen Wang Ning is still here, the United Kingdom will not be destroyed. Probably because he could not bear to see the Queen's sorrowful expression, Valtor's voice was soft but firm. Thank you, Valtori. Queen Elizabeth thanked him softly. Then she reached out and pulled on a thin string hanging by the side of the chair, and gently tugged on it. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp sound of a bell rang out immediately after. Clang. Then, less than 5 seconds later, the closed door of the room was opened from the outside. "At your command, Your Majesty." A man in a black tuxedo with a solemn face and a somewhat rigid appearance walked into the secret room. His dyed black hair was neatly combed to the back of his head. One hand was behind his back. One hand was pressed against his chest. He bowed and said, "How is the execution of the royal evacuation order?" Queen Elizabeth asked. "Except for His Royal Highness Prince Hungly and Her Royal Highness Princess Beatrice, who have yet to enter the underground bomb shelter, the other members of the royal family have all arrived and are resting in the side hall." The man who looked like a butler straightened up and replied, "What about the national evacuation order?" Queen Elizabeth nodded slightly. She did not pay much attention to the 2 members of the royal family who she thought would die outside, and asked again. "It has been sent out, but as far as the current situation is concerned, the effect may not be ideal." There was a hint of hesitation on the butler's face, but soon, under the influence of the butler's ethics, he answered truthfully, "Go and call all the members of the royal family over." Queen Elizabeth, who was also aware of the current situation, basically accepted the situation that the country might face in the future, and she ordered with a tired expression, "At your command." The butler saluted and then quietly stepped out of the room. After more than 5 minutes, he returned to the secret room with a group of more than 30 members of the royal family, men and women of all ages. "Your Majesty." The members of the royal family saluted and greeted. "Get up," Queen Elizabeth said in a low voice. The members of the royal family straightened up and then looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Watch it." Queen Elizabeth stretched out her hand and pointed to the magic array that was playing the image of the alien fleet's movement, and said in a low voice, "Watch carefully, watch how our country is destroyed." The expressions of the members of the royal family changed, and their eyes fell on the image in the magic array. In the image, the alien fleet, which seemed to be full of oppression and deterrence, slowly sailed into the airspace of the United Kingdom. Then, the hull of the ship unfolded, revealing a series of penetrating barrels of different calibers. They adjusted their angles and aimed downward. Blue energy light began to brew in the dark muzzles. In the next moment, dozens of blue lights flashed and flew out from the alien warship, bombarding the ground below. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and then a mushroom cloud formed as if an atomic bomb exploded immediately rose, emitting a dazzling light, shaking the eyes of the members of the royal family who watched all this in the secret room. Even so, from the old duke to the children who had just learned to speak, all of them stared blankly at the mushroom cloud that had not dissipated yet. In the image, the fleet that completed the destructive blow did not stop and continued to move to the next city. 1 city. 2 cities, 3 cities. After less than an hour and a half, there was no intact place in the entire United Kingdom. It was all dark and even crystallized. Thick black smoke filled the sky above the United Kingdom, reflecting the destruction of the United Kingdom like the end of the world. A deathly silence spread in the underground space that was more than 100 meters deep. Ugh! Suppressed cries came from the mouths of several women, and then like a signal, it led other women and some men to also cry in pain. "Damn aliens!" The old duke, whose eyes were red, cursed with hatred. However, at this moment, Voltaire's voice suddenly sounded, and he sang the United Kingdom's national anthem in a loud voice, "God Save the Queen." Then, as if infected, more songs filled with anger and emotion rang out in the underground space, forming a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the entire underground space. Listening to the song, 2 clear tears flowed from the corners of Queen Elizabeth's closed eyes. Her lips trembled as she sang the national anthem, "God Save the Queen." In the sky outside, the alien spaceship that completed the mission of annihilating the United Kingdom did not stop for a moment. It turned around and headed towards France. However, the moment the Orion Empire's fleet arrived at the border of France, as many as 12 two-winged angels suddenly appeared in the sky above France and rushed towards the alien fleet. The Orion Empire's fleet charged their artillery and launched an attack on the angels. The small angels dodged nimbly like swimming fish, but even so, they still couldn't withstand the intensive artillery fire of the Orion Empire's fleet. It didn't take long for 3 angels to explode, turning into holy light energy and dissipating. The emotionless angels showed no fear and continued to rush towards the Orion Empire's fleet. Although they still couldn't make any substantial progress, the flying speed of the Orion Empire's fleet was indeed forced to slow down. It was just that the price was a little high. But at that moment, 3 streaks of light cut through the air like shooting stars. They came from the northeast, southeast, and southwest directions of the alien fleet. Like a sharp blade, they easily pierced through the outer armor of the alien fleet and came out from the other side of the first 3 battleships. Then, they pierced through the other 3 battleships, and they pierced through the other 3 battleships like candied haws. 10 seconds later, the 3 rays of light collided fiercely. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded in an instant, and at the same time, a huge burst of holy power erupted. Like a tidal wave formed by holy power, it violently spread to the surroundings, enveloping all the battleships almost instantly. Along the way of the surging tide of Saint energy, all the warships that were affected by it seemed to have been attacked by some kind of power. Amidst the deafening roar and the continuous explosion of fireballs, the warships exploded into huge fragments of different sizes and fell rapidly into the sea below. This tidal wave lasted for half a minute before it slowly dissipated, revealing the 3 weapons at the core. The shape of the 3 weapons were all the same. They were scarlet spears with a handle and a blade of the same length, like a double-pointed fork. They floated quietly in the air without any external support. Chapter 15:12 Longinus Spear. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the images transmitted from the virtual optical screen in front of him, especially the shape of the 3 spears that caused the complete destruction of the alien fleet. That's right, the 3 spears were the new spears that existed in the main world. They were made from 3 fragments of the original Longinus spear. And it was obvious that the reason why the attack could reach such an exaggerated situation was definitely related to the appearance of the 3 spears at the same time. I remember that the 3 spears in the main world were placed in St. Peter's Basilica in Italy, the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria, and the Glastonbury Abbey in England. How could they appear at the same time? Sei-Ito frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. It was reasonable for the spear in St. Peter's Basilica and the one in the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria to appear at the same time. After all, the 2 countries were close to each other, and the domestic situation was similar. It was not impossible to obtain the Longinus spear under the overall planning of the Pope. But the United Kingdom was different. Their state religion was more Protestant, the Anglican Church, and they had always been at odds with the Roman Orthodox Church. It was not so easy to get them to take out the holy object, the Longinus spear. It was almost impossible. Could it be caused by the destruction of the United Kingdom? Sei-Ito, who had a flash of inspiration in his mind, was stunned. The fact was just as he guessed. When the fleet of the Orion Empire destroyed the United Kingdom and headed to France, France sent a request for help to the Italian side through the Church. It just so happened that Italy did not want to let the alien fleet enter their airspace and destroy their country. So the 2 sides agreed and decided to carry out the interception work of the alien fleet in the French border waters. It was just that the number of enemies this time was a bit too much. It was not something that could be achieved by simply summoning a few angels and a set of great judgment tactics. Therefore, after much consideration, the Pope decided to use the Longinus spear that had been enshrined for many years and was about to explode with the power of faith inside. However, considering that the Longinus spear might not be able to destroy the alien fleet in one go, The Pope personally contacted the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria, and obtained the right to use the Longinus spear. It was at this time that someone suggested whether to contact the United Kingdom. The result was obvious. After a few seconds of consideration, His Holiness agreed to the man's suggestion. He then contacted the undercover members of the Church of England through a secret method. Through them, he found the higher-ups of the Church of England and contacted Longinus about the use of the spear. At this time, the whole of England was grieving, so there was almost no negotiation. The Anglican Church and Queen Elizabeth II agreed to the Pope's request. He lent out Longinus's spear. That was the reason for the exaggerated scene that happened earlier. What a pity! Now is not the right time. Otherwise, I would really want to snatch them over. Seito temporarily put those useless thoughts aside and looked at the images of the 3 Longinus spears on the holographic screen. The moment he sighed, the 3 two-winged angels quickly arrived before the 3 Longinus spears hovering in the air. One of them held a spear in the palm of his hand, then turned around and flew back to the destroyed United Kingdom and Italy and Austria, which were far behind France. I don't know what those Orion people are going to do next. Seito turned his eyes slightly and looked at the holographic screen showing the situation in space. He thought with a gloating expression. At the same time, in the giant command ship of the Orion Empire fleet, the commander with a mask on his face crushed the wine glass in his hand and let the wine inside spill on his body. Order the vanguard team to attack immediately. Be sure to intercept the 3-winged humanoid creatures and take the things in their hand. The commander ordered fiercely. Yes. Also, notify the entire ship to begin the descent. The commander ordered again. Yes. I don't believe that a small Earth can stop the march of Marathaniel. The commander's head, which was composed of dark blue smoke and energy, was steaming like a flame. His sapphire-like eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said fiercely. Outside, a square door on the giant command ship opened. Then, 20 silver-white small aircrafts, which looked like they were made of aluminum alloy and had a shape similar to the U.S. F-117 stealth bomber, quickly flew out and turned into silver light as they broke into the atmosphere and rushed toward the interior of Earth. At the same time, the remaining ships of the Orion Empire that were originally hovering in orbit moved together and followed the small space fighters as they rushed toward the interior of Earth. Are they out in full force? Seito, who saw everything through the holographic screen, raised his eyebrows and thought. The next moment, the 20 space fighters broke through the barrier of the atmosphere and entered Earth. They were divided into 3 teams of 6, 7, and 6, respectively, and rushed toward the 3 returning angels. The space fighters were so fast that they could cross a distance of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Therefore, in just a few seconds, the space fighter teams appeared in front of the angels that were intercepting them and launched an attack. Their attack method was still light beam energy attack. The angel's eyes flashed slightly as he nimbly dodged the light beam that flew in front of him. He appeared in front of a space fighter and gently waved the Longinus spear in his hand. In an instant, a wave of ripples spread out from where the Longinus spear swept past and scraped the body of the space fighter that was adjusting its posture to dodge the angel's attack. Bang! A muffled sound came from the space fighter. At the same time, deep, visible traces of damage to the internal components of the space fighter appeared on the body of the space fighter. Then, the space fighter's flight slowed down and fell toward the sea below as if it had lost its power. After completing this attack, the angel did not stop. He leaped straight up into the sky, then turned around nimbly and reappeared next to a space fighter that was chasing after him. He stretched out the Longinus spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear brushed past the side of the space fighter. Boom! A ball of fire and a loud sound appeared on the space fighter. The two consecutive incidents made the soldiers of the Orion Empire put away their contempt and fight the angel seriously. Then, there was a flash in the sky, and a large net made of energy enveloped the angel. And there was more than one net. The angel waved his arm, and the holy power that spread to the Longinus spear turned into a blazing white holy flame that collided with the net. Whoosh! Amidst the soft sound, the light of the large energy net rapidly flickered a few times, but it was not completely cut open as expected. After withstanding a round of attacks, the energy net connected with each other and formed an energy ball that imprisoned the angel holding the Longinus spear. At this time, a space fighter flew above the large net and emitted a magnetic wave, pulling the large net that imprisoned the angel toward the Orion Empire's fleet that was about to break through the atmosphere. Two other space fighters were doing the same thing as this space fighter. It was clear that the three angels holding Longinus's spear had all been captured. The three space fighters were getting closer and closer to the warship and were about to come into contact with each other. However, at this moment, a thick dark cloud quickly emerged at a speed that defied the laws of nature and released several extremely powerful lightning bolts downward, bombarding the three space fighters that captured the angel. Boom! Zap, zap, zap! The scattered lightning bolts flowed on the protective shield that appeared on the outside of the space fighters. Boom! However, before the first wave dissipated, a new lightning strike followed closely behind, as if the pilot would not stop until the space fighters were blown apart. During this process, the captured angel's body suddenly burned with blazing white flames. At the same time, it released a dazzling light like the sun. It waved the Longinus spear in its hand and cut through the net. Like a falling star, it rapidly fell down. The space fighter pilot could not react in time to that rapid speed and could not catch up. Boom! Boom! Even if the angel had escaped, the lightning in the sky continued to bombard until the light emitted by the angel completely disappeared. Then the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the white clouds floating in the sky, and the Orion Empire fleet that broke through the atmosphere and landed in the direction of the destroyed United Kingdom. More than 10 minutes later, the Orion Empire fleet landed on the ruined United Kingdom, as if they were ready to settle down here. It seems that this is a long-term war plan. Looking at the Orion Empire fleet on the screen, which did not do anything after landing, Sei-to could not help but speculate. Then after waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes, Sei-to, who still did not find any new changes, erased the virtual optical screen in front of him, sighed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He didn't know what the Orion Empire, who was extremely aggressive at the beginning, was thinking. In short, after landing on Earth, they did not do anything excessive, as if they were satisfied with occupying the United Kingdom. Therefore, under this strange calm, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, it was worth mentioning that in the past month or so, the thick fog that plagued Earth and caused the genetic mutation of humans on Earth finally dissipated, allowing humans to see the world clearly again. It's just that by this time, humans on Earth have basically completed their mutation, and there are no longer ordinary humans with only a pair of genetic helix groups. Because of this, the world's population has plummeted from nearly 7 billion to more than 4 billion now, which can be described as heavy casualties. Chapter 15:13. Of course, the actual situation was not entirely due to the mutation that caused the population to plummet to such a degree. There were also the attacks of the mutated beasts, the chaos caused by the mutated humans, the impact of the lack of resources, and some other natural causes. But even so, the death of nearly 3 billion people in just over a month was enough to terrify anyone who heard it. The dimensional space is changing faster and faster. I think the dimensional sea should be starting to be affected by it now. If there are no more problems in Orion Empire, I'll go and bring Big Sis and Ping Linghua back. Seito thought to himself as he sat on a bamboo recliner and sunbathed in the courtyard. But what was the old saying again? Some people just couldn't resist it. Just as Seito thought of Orion Empire gave him face and sent out Yao Ezii. Master, there's a new situation. Little Ling Meng's figure appeared as a large number of photon particles converged. At the same time, without needing Seito's instructions, a virtual optical screen appeared in front of him. Seito opened his eyes and looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen, a huge open door appeared on one side of the huge command ship of Orion Empire's fleet. Then, one by one, strange monsters, like monsters from ancient myths and legends, came out of the door and stopped in the empty space between several battleships. In just a few minutes, the open space of nearly 10,000 square meters was filled with hundreds of huge monsters. Can you calculate the specific data of these monsters? Seito narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes, please wait a moment, Master. Master, Little Ling Meng replied. The data is out, Little Ling Meng spoke again after less than half a minute. At the same time, a group of numbers appeared on the right side of the corresponding monster's head in the screen. In order to allow Seito to better see the data, Little Ling Meng took the initiative to expand the virtual optical screen so that groups of numbers appeared clearly in front of Seito's eyes. 15M, 3M, 8M, 7M, 6M, just as Seito browsed through the data representing the monster's length, width, and height, a new change occurred. In the picture, an Orion, whose exposed skin part seemed to be composed of dark blue smoke and energy, walked to the side of the monsters, raised his arm, and made some gestures on them. Then, the monsters seemed to have received some kind of order. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Following the Orion, who turned around and left, they walked to another battleship in the distance and boarded the battleship through the tunnel opened by the battleship. It seems that these monsters are biological weapons created by Orion. Itosei's heart sank as he thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel heavy. If the other party was just an alien. With the current foundation of the human race on Earth, it was not impossible for them to defeat these aliens. This could be seen from the results of the previous few confrontations. However, if the other party were to create biological weapons, if he played Storm Flow, the cost of the battle-loss ratio would immediately become unequal. After all, biological weapons could be built as long as there were resources, but if humans died, they would really die. There was no way to resurrect like a game. In this way, as long as the main base, the command ship of the Orion Empire, was not destroyed, there was a chance to push the human race on Earth into the abyss of destruction. Moreover, other than wasting some resources, they would not have to pay too much of a price. After another 3 or 4 minutes, the battleship with a large number of monsters floated from the ground and quickly flew into the sky, hurrying towards the distance. Little Ling Meng, immediately track the whereabouts of the spaceship, Seito ordered anxiously. Yes. At the same time that Ling Meng responded, a new holographic screen unfolded. 10 seconds later, traces of the spaceship that had left England appeared on the screen. The alien spaceship was speeding towards France. However, just as it was about to enter France's airspace, the surface of the alien spaceship quickly became invisible. Without needing Seito's instructions, Little Ling Meng automatically activated the anti-stealth tracking program to search for traces of the spaceship. Unfortunately, due to the lack of data on the alien spaceship's stealth system, tracking and cracking the spaceship would take a long time. Thus, even when the traces of the monsters appeared on the screen, they were still unable to lock onto the spaceship's track. "I'm sorry, Master. We failed," Little Ling Meng reported with a dejected expression. "It's fine. This is not your fault. However, you have to keep an eye on these fellows for the time being. Don't wait until the enemy sends all the monsters to our side before we know it." Seito reached out and patted Little Ling Meng's head as he comforted her. "Rest assured, Master. I promise to keep an eye on them. They will never escape my surveillance, little Ling Meng promised with a serious expression. Saito smiled slightly and looked at the two screens before him once more. On the screen of the Orion Empire's command ship that had stopped in England, a large number of monsters once again appeared. On the other side of the screen, which was originally used to track the Orion Empire's battleship, it was now used to track the traces of the monsters in France. The monsters that were released immediately dispersed, as if they had gone mad. They wantonly destroyed all the buildings they could see along the way. The situation was just like the monster tide back then. However, although France was a country without any mythical background, it was still the international capital of mercenaries. There were countless strange forces there. So soon, groups of warriors with various abilities rushed out and launched attacks on the monsters that were crazily destroying everything. Seeing this, Saito understood that the French government must have issued some kind of mission. Otherwise, with the mercenaries' mercenary nature, unless France was their motherland, they would never put in so much effort to fight. In order to verify his guess, Saito turned his hand and took out the Bounty Union's mission issuing terminal. He opened it, logged into the mission receiving interface, and quickly browsed through it. Sure enough, soon, an unlimited mission jumped into his view. Mission type: guarding mission restrictions. None requirements: assist the French government in protecting the homeland. Rewards: ability evolution potion, alchemy equipment, special items, etc. Choose one. After browsing through the mission, Saito smiled slightly and was about to close the mission interrupt. But immediately, he paused and looked at the iPad-shaped mission terminal in his hand with some astonishment. Should I say that the Bounty Union is indeed worthy of its name? Under such circumstances, it can still maintain the connection between the mission terminal and the host computer. It really can't be underestimated. Saito sighed softly. One must know that on Earth, except for a few major countries that could barely maintain the smooth communication between important domestic areas, international communication was basically cut off, so it was impossible to connect anything. But under such circumstances, the Bounty Union's mission terminal was still intact. Even in Asia, where there were basically no branches in other countries except for Russia and abroad, it was still the same. It could be seen that the Bounty Union's strength was not inferior to any of the top countries. Then, Saito put away the terminal and looked up again at the virtual optical screen in front of him that gradually increased in number as time passed. He watched the monsters on the screen appear, board the ships, transport them away, and then reappear in other countries in Europe to wreak havoc. They then fought with the hidden forces of various countries that appeared later. In just one morning, the whole of Europe had fallen into a tide of monster attack. No wonder it was so quiet for more than a month before. It turns out that they were secretly mobilizing their troop. It seems that these guys from Orion are not only belligerent, but they also know how to endure. Saito thought to himself. He had already lost count of the number of monsters that were transported away from the Orion Empire's command ship. Fortunately, after a morning of troop transport, the Orion Empire finally stopped their troop transport work temporarily, allowing Saito to breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the Orion Empire's production capacity would be too high and directly drag the whole world into the monster war. But not long after he was relieved, his expression suddenly changed. Because just now, Saito suddenly felt that the three-dimensional space where Earth was located shook violently, producing a change that he could not quite explain. However, he could clearly feel what happened next. That was, the vitality of the whole Earth was rising. If it was just ordinary vitality, Saito naturally would not have such a reaction. Instead, he would be happy because with the rise of vitality, the world's suppression on him would loosen, allowing him to exert more strength. This was also the reason why he supported the so-called ascension of Earth to a certain extent. because he did not want to ascend to the upper realm and leave Earth for the time being. He believed that other cultivators should also have such an attitude, which was why they did not appear at the beginning of the alien invasion. But the vitality produced now was different. It was full of violent factors. In a more straightforward way, the vitality Saito was looking forward to was the light vitality mentioned in the Interstellar War, but what appeared now was dark vitality. Although this kind of origin chi could also be used for cultivation, it was the same as the origin chi of darkness. It would cause one to become berserk and irrational, and it was easy for one to fall into the demonic path. It was not an origin chi that one could absorb without reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, Saito did not care much about the current changes in the outside world. Instead, he directly entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, what's the situation in the dimensional sea? Saito asked loudly. Due to the influence of the dimensional offset, the dimensional sea is experiencing a general shock. What about the world? Saito's expression changed when he heard this, and he asked again. Chapter 15:14. Some unstable dimensional worlds have been destroyed. Affected by it, a small number of stable dimensional worlds have been shaken and are on the verge of destruction. Perceiving the information sent back by the Rubik's Cube, Saito's expression quickly changed a few times. In his heart, he was worried about his sister Suzu Ito, Hirata Linghua, and the others. What is an unstable world? It is a world that has this serious flaw in the setting. In the subsequent evolution process, it did not absorb enough human consciousness to derive protection and was unable to produce enough world force to maintain the world. In simpler terms, it is a world formed by the works of eunuch. And in the endless dimensional sea that is as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River, this kind of world is the most common. Because as the old saying goes, a world with a thought, so almost at every moment, there are a large number of fragmented worlds born and destroyed in the dimensional sea. Can you transfer it now? Saito asked in a deep voice. Yes, but you need to use the high-dimensional space jump technology and consume a lot of world force. Do you want to use it? Yes. Saito confirmed without hesitation. Understood. In the next moment, although there were no ripples in the world of the Rubik's Cube, the body of the Rubik's Cube that was hidden in the void outside the Earth suddenly became blurred in the ripples of the water. After a while, it disappeared from the void. At the same time, the space dimension began to change. Fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension. It was not until the higher level of the ninth dimension that it appeared again. What is the eighth dimension? We all know that the world that humans live in is three-dimensional, but after the concept of time is added, it becomes a four-dimensional world. And if the four-dimensional world with the concept of time is continuously connected into a line with 1 second as a point, and on this basis, all the sides that may appear when there are time changes are drawn horizontally, it forms the fifth dimension. At this time, the creatures in the fifth dimension have basically reached the level of spying on the so-called River of Fate. Then, the perspective is changed, and the entire fifth dimension can be seen from the perspective of a three-dimensional human looking at a two-dimensional world. Can even reach any point in time with its mind. It will enter the sixth dimension. Then, when the six-dimensional space was condensed into a point and the line formed by the same type of infinite world as the rules in the six-dimensional world could be observed, it would be the seven-dimensional space. After that, we will look for an infinite world with different laws from this six-dimensional world, and use the lines formed by these worlds with different laws to connect with the lines formed by the laws of the world we are in to form a plane. This is the world of the eighth dimension. Following that, we will change our perspective this time and look at the picture formed by the entire multidimensional infinite world from the perspective of humans looking down on the picture scroll. We will achieve the same ability as the fifth dimension to jump between world points. When he had the ability to freely jump between worlds with different laws, he was in the ninth dimension where the Rubik's Cube was currently located. As for the higher dimensions, were there any? Yes. Condensing the nine-dimensional world into a single point was the 10-dimensional world. However, at this level, one would have already comprehended the laws of spacetime to a fixed point, and could no longer use the laws of spacetime to extrapolate from it. Therefore, at this time, the concept of dimension ascension had changed. For example, creatures from the 11th dimension had the ability to freely enter the 9th dimension, creatures from the 12th dimension had the ability to manage creatures from the 11th dimension and kill them at will, and the existence of the 13th dimension had become a pure concept. However, if one were to extrapolate according to the theory of dimensions, gods, golden immortals, and so on could barely reach the 5th dimension. Only Tai, Daluo, and the main gods of other worlds could reach the 7th dimension. The ancient gods who were able to break through the crystal wall system and travel the infinite universe could only reach the 9th dimension. As for the exaggerated 11th dimension creatures, they were estimated to be barely on the same level as the legendary saints and creation god. After all, in their legends, they had only established a single type of world with different laws and had not reached the level of establishing multidimensional infinite world. On the contrary, the legendary Hongjun, who was the representative of the heavenly Tao, was somewhat similar to the 12th dimension creatures. The heavenly Tao and the great Tao concept spanned across the 13th dimension. Therefore, in the process of dimension ascension, the power of the world was almost equivalent to the power of the world obtained after swallowing a world. This was the largest energy consumption since Sei Ito obtained the Rubik's Cube world. Dimension ascension complete. Please select the world you wish to go to. These are two worlds. As he spoke, Seito recalled the information about the worlds that Suzu Ito and Shimawira Suzuki's teams had gone to. At the same time, he silently activated the shadow clone technique and split himself from one person into two. World search complete. Space coordinates confirmed. Beginning construction of teleportation gate. At the same time that the Rubik's Cube presented the information in Sei Ito's mind, two middle-style dimensional magic arrays with vortex channels formed by the power of the world above them appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the two Sei Ito did not hesitate and stepped into one of the magic arrays one after another. Then, in the next moment, as the magic arrays soared into the sky, they went straight into the vortex channel formed by the power of the world. Together, they disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, in the two worlds with different environments, two beams of light descended from the sky. The beam of light suddenly exploded, revealing Sei Ito inside. Seito, who opened his eyes, looked around the sky and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, I was affected. Immediately, he unfolded hyperspace perception and searched for Suzu Ito, Shimawira Suzuki, and others. Found them. About 4 or 5 seconds later, accompanied by a sentence that gradually drifted in the air, Seito's figure disappeared from the spot. The people over there, what are you doing? Don't be in a daze, hurry up and hold your weapons for me. Nanette, the former 9th Knight of the Round Table from the world of Leluxiu, suddenly turned her head and looked to her right. She roared at the men who were trembling all over, their faces pale and their hands holding all kinds of cudgel weapons. Yes. The men trembled, reluctantly moved forward, and joined the resistance. This was the apocalyptic world that Xia Ping Suzuka and the others came from. It was a man-made ancient castle-like building. The main part of the building was a large villa, surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall made of thick wood, stones, and abandoned cars. Between the wall and the villa, there were tents for the refugees who came to seek shelter. It was messy and disorderly. As for the so-called resistance, it was aimed at the zombies and monsters that were currently climbing the wall. "Hold on!" Nanette shouted as she used her blood-stained blade to slay a zombie that had rushed in front of her. It had no skin on its body, and its muscles were exposed to the air. Its eyes were empty, and its tongue was long. It looked very similar to the Licker from Resident Evil. Nanette. However, at this moment, a black shadow quickly rushed to her side and called out in a low voice. "What's the matter?" Nanette quickly glanced at the person from the corner of her eyes. When she saw that it was Sakuraba Sage in a black combat suit, she retracted her gaze and asked while resisting the zombie attack. "There's no more medicine," Cherry Hill Saint said as he sliced a zombie in half. Nanette frowned and didn't say anything. "Master Nanette." At this moment, another figure appeared beside Nanette and reported with one knee on the ground. 50 meters to the north, there is a large group of zombies coming here. Most of them are new evolved types. "Where's Pandora?" Nanette asked with a serious face. "The 3 Pandoras have attacked and haven't returned yet," the ninja quickly replied. "Let one of them activate the suit." Nanette was silent for a moment and then said with a helpless expression, "Yes." The ninja agreed and immediately used the body flicker technique to disappear. But after this, that Pandora probably won't be able to activate the suit in this world. Sakuraba Sage looked at the ninja in the distance and reminded, "It's better than everyone dying here." Nanette replied with a stern tone. Then the two of them were silent and began to kill the zombie enemies that climbed up the wall in an even more ferocious state. At this time, in the center of the stronghold, in a room on the second floor of the mansion, Ping Linghua, whose temperament and aura had changed greatly compared to before, calmly wrote something on a piece of paper. Suddenly, Ping Linghua's movements paused and she turned her head to look out the window. She saw that in the direction she was looking, a large area of light suddenly appeared. Then a powerful aura spread out from that direction. Seeing this, Ping Linghua's hand holding the pen couldn't help but tighten. Clearly, she understood the significance of the light. But then, Ping Linghua's expression changed again. Her right shoulder shook, her right elbow was raised high, and she quickly struck back. This time, Hirai Suzuka's elbow was blocked. Then, a familiar voice that made her extremely excited rang out in the room. "Aya, Linghua, is this how you treat me who came from thousands of miles away to see you?" Done. Ping Linghua suddenly turned around and shouted with a face full of surprise. Then she quickly threw herself into Sei Ito's arms. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, and she buried her head in Sei Ito's chest. "Done, I missed you," Ping Linghua murmured with her eyes closed. "Well, I missed you too." Sei Ito, who naturally put his hands on Ping Linghua's back, responded softly. The two quietly hugged each other like this, savoring each other's scent. After a while, Ping Linghua stood up from Sei Ito's arms with a slightly red face. Very intense. Sei Ito turned his head to look at the stronghold that basically ended the battle with Pandora and said, "Has it always been like this?" Then he asked, "No, it just became like this in the last 3 months. In the past, even if the zombies evolved, they didn't launch such a large-scale attack on the stronghold," Ping Linghua explained. Hearing Ping Linghua's answer, Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, call Saint and Nanette back." Ito Sei retracted his gaze and turned to look at Shiba Linghua. "Okay." Ping Linghua nodded. Then she took out her communicator and sent a call to Sakuraba Sage and Nanette, as well as the ninjas and Pandora. Then after 5 or 6 minutes, accompanied by a slightly messy sound of footsteps, Sakuraba Sage and the others pushed the door open and entered Ping Linghua's room. "Done." "Your Majesty!" "Sir." When they saw Sei Ito in the room, Sakuraba Sage, Nanette, ninjas, and Pandora immediately greeted him in their own way. "Since everyone is here, then I will say the purpose of my visit this time. The mission is over, I will take you home." Ito nodded and responded to everyone's greetings, then he announced with a serious look. Hearing this, Ping Linghua, Sakuraba Sage, Nanette, ninjas, and Pandora immediately looked at each other. Their eyes were full of shock. But immediately, the eyes of the 3 Pandora girls showed a happy expression. After all, even if they were not afraid of killing, they were still girls. Always facing disgusting zombies, not eating well, not sleeping well, and not even taking a bath well, they would feel very uncomfortable. On the contrary, the ninjas didn't show any expression, as if they were well trained. Why? Ping Linghua didn't understand and asked. Things have changed, it's not suitable to send teams like you to carry out this kind of mission in the short term, so the mission is cancelled. Of course, this includes other people's missions. Ito explained. So it's like that. Ping Linghua, Sakuraba Sage, and Nanette suddenly understood. At the same time, Ping Linghua also felt relieved, knowing that it wasn't because she didn't do a good job that Ito cancelled the mission. She secretly sighed in relief. Are we leaving now? Nanette asked. If you don't have anything to pack. Ito smiled and said. Everyone heard this and shook their heads. After all, for them who have a convenient thing like the space bracelet, they basically carry things with them at all times. Even if some things are placed outside, they are all insignificant common things, so it doesn't matter if they take it or not. Therefore, there is nothing to pack. I want to leave some things before leaving. Just when Ito was about to leave, Ping Linghua suddenly said. Then Ping Linghua quickly walked to the table and sat down, picked up the pen and paper on the table, and quickly wrote and drew on it. Ito glanced at it and found that it was all about the arrangement of the stronghold. It really is like Linghua's style. Ito secretly smiled. After more than 20 minutes, Ping Linghua finished writing all the things she wanted to write, then closed her eyes and used her mind to open the space bracelet, and took out some daily necessities. I'm sorry for making everyone wait. Ping Linghua apologized with an embarrassed look on her face after she was done with all this. Ito and the others shook their heads, indicating that it's okay. Then, Ito-sei contacted the magic cube and activated the dimensional transfer magic array that could carry out dimensional travel with the help of the world force. He took everyone and disappeared into the light that soared into the sky. Chapter 1515. In a certain world, in an ancient Japanese-style building complex that covered a large area, accompanied by an obscure spatial fluctuation that even a superb ability user would find difficult to detect, Ito-sei's figure appeared in the room. The one who appeared in front of him was Lana Lynchine, who was wearing a pair of torn blue denim shorts and a red tank top that exposed her arms, waist, and legs. She was sitting cross-legged in front of a TV, playing a fighting video game in full swing. Looking at Lana Lynchine, Ito was speechless and shook his head. Then, Ito had a strange smile on his face. He squatted down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Lana Lynchine's full breasts from behind. How dare you! You're looking for death. Lana Lynchine's pupils shrank as she raised her head and slammed it into Ito-sei's face. TSK, that was dangerous. Ito quickly dodged the attack, and tightly held Lana Lynchine with his arms to prevent her from moving. Okay, it's me. Cheng? Hearing the familiar voice, Lana Lynchine turned her head and called out to the familiar face in front of her. Yes, it's me. Ito let go of his arms and smiled. Cheng. Lana Lynchine, who was freed, suddenly turned around, stretched out her arms and hugged Ito's neck. She put her face close to his face, rubbed it with her cheeks, and called out happily. Okay. Fortunately, his waist was strong enough to not be knocked to the ground by Lana Lynchine's hug. Ito raised his hand and gently patted Lana Lynchine's back and asked, Where are the others? Big sister should be working in the Yin-Yang Hall. Yellow Spring is with her. Erika and Niru went out. They said they were going to Hashizu Temple. Liliana and Kagura-chan went out to buy groceries. they probably won't come back until later. As for Hellable and the others, they should be in the basement. They are holding the 12 godly generals that were kidnapped from the Yin-Yang Hall. Lana Lynchine tilted her head and pretended to be thinking about something. What about you? Seito asked with a funny face. I'm guarding the home, I'm stopping the enemies. Lana Lynchine answered with certainty. So that's how you guard the home? Seito looked at the screen and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it's too boring. Lana Lynchine awkwardly stuck out her tongue and explained. Let's go. Take me to the basement. Itose patted Lana Lynchine's butt. Said. Okay. After saying that, Lana Lynchine stood up from Seito's arms. After that, Itose also stood up from the ground, and under the guidance of Rana and Lynchine, they walked to the basement of the house. After a few turns, the two of them arrived at a dark space. The space was very big, more than 150 square meters. There were 7 or 8 cells with iron bars that were separated by 5 or 6 walls. They faced each other, creating a path big enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Along this road, Apache, Misha, and Sun, Hellable's 3 subordinates, were sitting together and playing a popular game in Hueco Mundo. They were having a good time arguing with each other. As for their commander, Hellable, he was sitting at the end of the path. His eyes were closed, he was meditating there, completely unaffected by the argument between Apache and the others. Hellable, Ah Cheng is here. Lana Lynchine, who brought Seito to the basement, said loudly. However, not only did this shout attract the attention of Hellable and the others, but it also attracted the attention of the 12 godly generals and other prisoners to look at Seito, who was walking past their cells. It seems that these guys are very dangerous. They even need special guards. Itose laughed as he casually looked at the condition of the people in the cells on both sides. That's right. These guys all have strange means. Even with the restraining device, they can't do anything. Even with the restraints, they can still cause a lot of trouble if they're not careful. Especially this guy, there's a big guy outside who wants to save him at any time. That's why I have to say this. Lana Lynchine stood in front of the cell where Daofengzhen was locked up and explained. Seito also looked at the cell and met Daofengzhen's eyes. Sir. At this moment, Hellable walked up to Seito. He respectfully greeted. As soon as he said that, the 12 immortal generals in the cell were surprised again. It couldn't be helped, Hellable had left a deep impression on them. In their minds, he was the most dangerous, desolate spirit. They didn't expect such a guy to have a ruler. How could they not be shocked? Seito nodded, then raised his arm and extended his index finger. The tip of his finger lit up and quickly drew in the air. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a gold-and-silver cloud-patterned word appeared in the void. Then, Seito flicked his finger, and the rune turned into a stream of light and entered Daofengzhen's body. In the next moment, Daofengzhen's expression changed. Zhen. The young 12 godly generals, Matsuki Zenjiro, called out in concern. I'm fine, it's just that my spiritual energy has been completely sealed. Daofengzhen replied without blinking, then he bitterly smiled and sighed. As expected of the desolate spirits, Imperial Spirit, such a powerful spell. Can you tell me what spell this is? It's just an application of the Middle Kingdom's spell. You can call it spirit suppression. Seito smiled faintly. Then Itose stretched out his arm again and wrote several spirit-suppressing cloud patterns at one time with the space-stacking method. He projected them into the bodies of the 12 immortal generals in the prison cell one by one, making their spiritual particles completely lose their activity and unable to move. Then, Seito flipped his hand and took out several triangles and talisman paper. He wrapped the triangles with talisman paper, then used his spatial ability to send the triangles to specific corners in the basement. Then, in the next moment, a barrier appeared in the basement and enveloped the entire basement. Okay, I've set up the barrier. There's no need for anyone to guard this place for now. Seito turned his head and said to Hellebel and the others. Then, he stopped paying attention to the 12 godly generals and left the basement with Lana, Lin Qin, Hellebel, and the others, disappearing behind the basement door. It seems that the Yinyang Hall is really in danger this time. The Eye of the Sky, who was known as the 3 Virtues and 10 Comprehensions, sighed. The others were silent, but they all agreed with his words. On the other side, Seito, who had returned to the living room, was pulled aside by Lana and Lin Qin, and they chatted happily. Apache and the other 2 walked to the front of the TV and started playing the game that was still running. Soon, they fell into an endless argument. As for Hellebel, she returned to the room assigned to her to rest and meditate, just like when she was in the basement. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Liliana and Tsutamaya Kagura returned home with bags full of vegetables. Naturally, when they saw Ito-sei, they had to greet him and chat with him. But because they had to make dinner, they didn't chat for long before Liliana and Tsutamaya Kagura went into the kitchen and got busy. The next time, Seito and Lana, Lin Qin, and Apache's constant argument, the noise from the kitchen, and Seito's conversation slowly passed by. I'm back. At this time, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Suzu Ito and Kanzen Yomi, who were wearing a gray women's suit and pants, walked into the room. They took off their shoes at the entrance while shouting habitually. After taking off their shoes, the 2 of them walked into the room. Ah Cheng? Suzu Ito looked at Seito, who was sitting on the sofa, in shock. Sis. Seito smiled. When did you get here? Suzu Ito asked with joy in her eyes. About half an hour ago. Then why did you come this time? Suzu Ito, who was sitting right next to Seito, asked curiously as she took off her suit jacket and hung it on the hanger. I came to take you guys back. Seito didn't hide anything and answered directly. Why? Suzu Ito asked with a frown. Because something happened. For the time being, it's not suitable for a small team like yours to go out on a mission to conquer a world like this. So, for your safety, I've decided to cancel the mission. Seito explained. Can't you wait a little longer? Suzu Ito argued. What's wrong? Seito looked curiously at Suzu Ito. If we give up now, it'll be too much of a pity. Suzu Ito sighed. Then, she briefly explained the current situation of the world to Seito. It turned out that ever since the attack on Yinyang Hall's headquarters, the prestige that Yinyang Hall's Hall Master had built up took a hit. Some organizations that were originally operating in the dark quickly became active, causing Tokyo's security to become very chaotic. However, Yinyang Hall was currently in an awkward situation where the higher-ups had all been wiped out. The lower-level branches were also disunited because of the Twin Horns Association's cleanup activities. So, they couldn't deal with these incidents as quickly and straightforwardly as before. This caused Yinyang Hall's deterrence to drop significantly. But at this time, Hashizudara, who Erika had taken the initiative to contact, took the opportunity to jump out and suppress Yinyang Hall's survival through various activities. Correspondingly, Suzu Ito became very active during this period. With the secret assistance of Erika, Liliana, Lana, Lin Qin, Jianshan Yomi, Nero, and Hellebel, she rapidly earned merits and displayed powerful Yinyang technique. Finally, she attracted the attention of the Hall Master of Yinyang Hall, who was extremely short on manpower. At the same time, he was also the leader of the 12 Divine Generals, Kurahashi Genji, who was specially spared by Erika and the others. He began to promote her. So, after such a long period of preparation, Suzu Ito had already become the deputy chief of Yinyang Hall's Exorcism Bureau. She could be considered one of the higher-ups of Yinyang Hall. Chapter 15-16. After listening to Suzu Ito's explanation, Seito couldn't help but frown and ponder. It's not impossible to continue. After a while, Seito spoke again. Suzu Ito's face relaxed when she heard this. But I'll also join in. Then, Seito changed the topic and continued, although the situation outside seems to be stable for now, we're still in danger, so we need to end this quickly. If Ah-Ching makes a move, then what's the point? Suzu Ito curled her lips and said gloomily. Big sister, what's there to be gloomy about? With just the few of you, you're able to establish a third force that's not inferior to Inyang Hall and Hoshino Temple. At the same time, you've also infiltrated the highest level of Inyang Hall. This is enough to prove your ability. Not to mention, the one who's making a move is your little brother, not an outsider. Seito comforted her with a smile. That's true, but it's just like playing a game. Before, I was just killing monsters to level up. Now that there's a cheat, it's much less fun. Suzu Ito explained helplessly. Seito really didn't know how to refute this. Forget it. My original goal was to help you anyway. Since you're willing to make a move, I have nothing to say. Just do it, your big sister will cooperate with you. Then, without needing Seito to say anything, Suzu Ito took the initiative to let go. Okay. Seito's lips curled up as he softly replied with a smile. Then, Seito began to talk about the more specific situation in this world with Suzu Ito. It's time to eat. At this time, Tsutomu Kagura's soft voice sounded in the room. Let's go eat. Suzu Ito, who temporarily stopped chatting, stood up from the sofa and called out to Seito. Seito nodded and also stood up from the sofa with Lana and Lin Qin. They followed Suzu Ito to the dining table that was already filled with food. After a while, Seito, Suzu Ito, Liliana, Kanzanyama, Tsutomu Kagura, and Lana and Lin Qin sat together at the dining table and picked up the chopsticks in front of them to eat. As for Hellable and Apache, as voids, they didn't need to eat, and even if they ate, they wouldn't taste anything. Eating it was equivalent to eating it for free. It was not as tasty as devouring souls, so he did not prepare food for them. Clang, the Cells store was opened. With the arrogant looked at the Cells, he looked at this, who was Teet Essen Lin, who was An Lin S and, who was An Lin S. To this didn't say anything. He stood up from the cold ground. He stepped out of the cell. Clang, when 3 good and 10 comprehensions walked out of the cell, Apache casually closed the iron fence door. Then, thus and Apaches. They both left the basement and disappeared behind the closed door. Lord! Apache, who returned to the living room, called out. Seito looked up at the talls, waved his hand, and motioned for Apache to step back. Then, he stretched his arm forward, opened his 5 fingers, and pointed at this head. The next moment, he saw a white light that wasn't very clear. Thus, who looked directly at the white light, immediately felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Seito's 5 fingers grabbed the air, and this body spontaneously floated in front of him. At this time, the center of Seito's eyes lit up, and 2 pure silver-white lights appeared. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force came out of his eyes, forcibly broke through this consciousness barrier, and pierced into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a large number of memory fragments and stream of consciousness information passed into Seito's mind through the spiritual force. Seito, who was very familiar with the current situation, didn't hesitate to launch his ability and skillfully modify the memories in this mind. However, this was one of the top Inyang masters in the country, and one of the 12 divine generals. Not only was his Inyang technique powerful, but he also knew a lot of secrets in his mind. Therefore, in order to prevent others from using a secret technique similar to soul search to search for secret information, or to unconsciously leak information due to the influence of the soul speech technique in the battle between warlocks, he simply put a seal spell that could destroy memories in his mind. Unfortunately, what Ito-sei wanted was not the secrets in his mind, but to modify the influence of his memory to achieve the goal of modifying his consciousness and cognition. Therefore, without alerting those sealing sorcerers at all, Ito-sei changed his allegiance from the Inyang Hall and the country to Ito-sei. After doing all this, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and awakened this. This first look was confused as he looked at his surroundings, but when he saw Sei-Ito's face, he immediately came back to his senses. He stood up straight and clasped his hands in front of his body. He slightly lowered his head and said, "Greetings, my lord." This action was completely the etiquette of a subject meeting the monarch, but he didn't wear the hunting clothes of a Inyang master. However, this still didn't affect the meaning he represented. "Lana, take him down to rest." Sei-Ito, who had removed all the sealing spells on this body, turned his head and ordered Lana and Linshin, who were watching the show. "Okay." Lana and Linshin agreed, then took this out of the room. At this time, Sei-Ito once again signaled to Apache to bring a new divine general. Apache didn't speak nonsense, turned around and left the room to go to the basement where the prisoners were locked up, then brought another divine general back to the room. Sei-Ito did the same thing and took down the palace. Then it was Yukachi Mari, Magi Zen Jiro, Amami Taishan, and finally, Otomo Shimizu. In less than an hour and a half, these people had been converted from the enemy faction to their own people. Then, Sei-Ito, who had sent them to rest, stood up and stretched. Finished. At this time, Suzu Ito's figure appeared in the room and said softly with a smile, "I'm done here, but I'm going to go to the Lying Star Temple later and deal with the other side." Sei-Ito said with a smile, "Is there a need to be in such a hurry?" Suzu Ito walked in front of Sei-Ito and handed over a glass of water with a slight frown. Sei-Ito took the glass of water to his mouth, took a small sip and explained, "Isn't Erica and the others over there? We can use them as coordinates and go there directly, we don't have to wait for the next time." "That's true." Suzu Ito nodded and said with a smile, "Big sister, remember to be careful when you act tomorrow. When I hypnotized the guy named Miyazaki, I saw from his memory that Kurahashi Genji's side is not simple. It seems that there is a girl named Soma de Kuko and the Dalian Temple's 12 divine generals. It's a bit dangerous." Sei-Ito looked at Sei-Ito and said, "I know. Aren't there Yomi and the 12 divine generals who were transformed by you following us? No problem." Suzu Ito reached out and pinched Sei-Ito's cheek and said with a smile. Ito-sei, whose cheeks were pinched, had a helpless look on his face. After a while, Sei-Ito drank the water in the glass and handed the empty glass to Suzu Ito and said, "Okay, I'm going over. If there are no accidents, I probably won't come back tonight." "Okay." Suzu Ito, who took the glass, nodded. After explaining, Sei-Ito didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and used hyperspace perception to search for the Flying Thunder God positioning runes on the space bracelets carried by Erica and Suzu Ito. After locking on, he immediately activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared in front of Suzu Ito's eyes. The next moment, in a room of the Shinshio Temple deep in the mountains and forests, Sei-Ito's figure appeared here. "King?" Looking at Sei-Ito, who suddenly appeared, Erica exclaimed with a look of astonishment. With a sly smile on his face, Sei-Ito quickly lowered his body, sneakily kissed Erica's delicate and bright lips, and tasted them carefully. As the recipient, Erica gently closed her eyes after the initial astonishment and enjoyed the kiss with an intoxicated expression. "Long time no see, Erica." After a while, Sei-Ito let go of Erica, who was blushing and panting slightly, and said softly with a smile on his face, "King is really a pervert. As soon as he arrived, he did such a thing that is not in line with the etiquette of a king." Erica's eyes were blurred as she complained, "I miss you so much that I'm sick. Erica, you're too attractive. You can't deny your charm, right?" Ito-sei laughed. "Of course I won't deny my charm." It's just that I don't know if I should feel gratified or depressed that King used me as an excuse for this kind of thing," Erika said snappily. Then, Erika adjusted her expression, looked at Seito and asked, "Then, King, why are you here this time?" "It's very simple. Take control of the Xingqiu Temple," Seito announced happily as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, in reality, this matter was indeed insignificant to him. After all, in the original work, although the entire Xingqiu Temple was powerful, there were only 2 people who were at the level of the 12 divine generals. One of them was an old man who could not fight against Seito at all. Even Erika might not be easily taken down by one of them, so why would Seito care about them? Consciousness control? Erika, who understood Seito's plan, nodded and said, "Yes, so my dear Erika, now take me to meet them." Seito smiled. After saying that, his body changed. In a sudden burst of smoke, Seito turned into a badge and fell in front of Erika. Chapter 15-17. In a certain world, the second day. A van was parked in the underground parking lot of Enyang Hall's newly renovated headquarters. Hua. As the car door opened, Suzu Ito, who was still wearing a woman's suit and trousers, and Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was wearing casual clothes, along with 6 unfamiliar men and women, stepped out of the car. Suzu Ito turned her head and exchanged glances with Jianshan Yellow Spring and the others. They nodded at each other and walked towards the elevator with solemn expressions. Ding! With a soft sound, the elevator doors slowly opened to both sides. The group of people stepped into the elevator and slowly disappeared behind the closed elevator door. 1, 2, 3, 4, the indicator light that represented the floor of the elevator changed rhythmically. Ding! Then, with another soft sound, Suzu Ito and the others appeared on one of the floors of the Enyang Hall. Deputy Director Ito. Seeing Suzu Ito, the staff guarding the entrance immediately stood up and greeted her. Then, his puzzled gaze landed on the 6 strangers behind Suzu Ito. "This is a colleague who was transferred from a branch office. The chief specially approved it," Suzu Ito explained casually. It was worth mentioning that the so-called bureau chief was actually the head of the Yin and Yang Hall, Kurahashi Genji. He was the head of the Evil Exorcism Bureau, which was similar to having military power. Therefore, it was not wrong for Suzu Ito, who had climbed to the position of deputy bureau chief, to call herself the official bureau chief. "You can register. This is the rule." Suzu Ito turned around and said to the 6 people behind her. The 6 of them nodded one after another, walked to the front of the floor service desk, and signed their names. After the 6 of them signed their names, Suzu Ito led them through the barrier and walked towards the bureau chief's office, which was where the head of the Yin and Yang Hall, Kurahashi Genji, was. Because they were led by Suzu Ito and her son, although they met several puzzled staff along the way, none of them suspected anything. After saluting and greeting Suzu Ito, they ignored them and walked past. Soon, the group of people stood outside the director's office door. At this moment, Suzu Ito turned her head and looked at the others again. After confirming that there was no problem, she reached out and knocked on the door in front of her. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Clack. After getting permission, Ito Rin reached out and unlocked the door. At the same time, the 6 of them quickly hid behind the walls on both sides of the door, concealing themselves. Then, the door opened. Suzu Ito entered the office. She closed door closed. "Chief." Ito Rin's gaze was unfocused. She quickly took in the situation in the room, and at the same time, her face didn't show any surprise. There was no one else. This was the result of Suzu Ito's sweep. "What's the matter?" Kurahashi Genji looked up at Suzu Ito with a cold face and asked, "Director, I have a request." Suzu Ito looked directly at Kurahashi Genji's eyes. She said softly, Kurahashi Genji still maintained a sitting posture and didn't speak, waiting for her to continue. Can you please step down from the position of director? Suzu Ito's face showed a bright smile. Step down? Who is the sage? You? Kurahashi Genji said coldly. Of course, it's the other sages. As soon as the voice fell, the half-closed office door was slammed open, and then 5 of the 6 strangers broke into the office. 4 of them bypassed Suzu Ito and occupied both sides of the office. One person stood at the door, and his hands formed a seal and cast a barrier. In an instant, a transparent shield visible to the naked eye enveloped the entire office, including everyone. Clang, clang. In the sound of metal clashing, 2 long swords appeared in the hands of Suzu Ito and one of the strange men. Who the hell are you? Kurahashi Genji's pupils shrank and asked in a deep voice. Suzu Ito smiled slightly and didn't answer. On the contrary, the next change made Kurahashi Genji's face change dramatically. In a sudden flash of spiritual stagnation, the appearances of the 5 strangers who barged into the office changed greatly. They respectively became the enchantment concubine Yujiao Mali, Heaven's Eye 3 Good Things 10 Comprehensions, Divine Sword Mu-chan Jiro, Balrog Gong Di, as well as the black child Ryojun, who should have retired. Yes, these strangers were the original 12 immortal generals, Yujio Nori and others, whose consciousness was changed by Sei Ito yesterday. The reason why they used genjutsu to change their appearance was to avoid trouble. After all, for the ordinary staff of the Yin and Yang Hall, their prestige was too high. As long as they appeared, it was enough to hide the shock of the entire Yin and Yang Hall, especially now that they were announced to have died in the line of duty. It's you! Kurahashi Genji, who suddenly stood up from his seat, shouted. Why did you betray me? Then, Kurahashi Genji's tone was full of unwillingness. Miyagi! In the infernal demon palace, he was the one he relied on as his right arm. He was the one who captured Amami, who was standing guard outside the office with Yomi. However, it was precisely because he couldn't stand Kurahashi Arashi's ruthless methods that Amami was able to survive until Hellable and the others appeared. He didn't die directly in the dungeon. In response to Kurahashi Genji's question, Miyagi lowered his head slightly and covered his eyes with his long fringe, and didn't answer. Surrender, Director Kurahashi Genji. Suzu Ito stretched his arm forward and pointed the tip of the long sword at Kurahashi Genji's face and said lightly, Do you think you can catch me like this? In your dreams. Kurahashi Genji shouted. At the same time, his guardian type, Inyang Hall's standard G2 Mechanical King of Humanity, appeared in the room. It attacked Sanshan Shirwu, Magi Zen Jiro, Miyazaki, and Otomizumi, who were standing on the left and right. At the same time, Kurahashi Genji himself took out the talisman. He threw an arrow at Ito Rin and Shirori Numeri, who was guarding behind her. In the flight, the talisman turned into a fire snake and bit at Suzu Ito. Destroy all evil! Ito Ling shouted in a low voice, and then a spiritual light covered the long sword she was holding. She slashed forward, and the fire snake immediately split into 2 halves and exploded, turning into fragmentary flames that drifted away. Then, the scattered flames split again, like a popcorn that suddenly expanded. It quickly filled the entire room. It turned into a flame tornado and rushed toward Suzu Ito. Bundo 39, Round Gate. A circular energy barrier appeared in front of Suzu Ito, blocking the flames. But in the next moment, Kurahashi Genji's figure suddenly appeared next to Suzu Ito. He took out several talismans and threw them at Yukinori. Yukinori's expression didn't change. She changed the hand seal in her hand and a barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the fireball that had suddenly exploded. But then, a Zhanghe barrier spread out, penetrating the barrier that was first set up by Boi Numa, allowing Kurahashi Daichi to run out. And this process, from the summoning of the Shikigami to the other people to the end of Kurahashi Genji's breakthrough, it was less than 10 seconds. Even Otomo and others had just defeated 2 Shikigami that were obviously modified. It could be seen that Kurahashi Genji was worthy of his title as the leader of the 12 divine generals. Bundo 4. This rope. Kurahashi Genji, who had just rushed out of the office, didn't have time to use Mori's mantra, Wei Guang Yin, to get up, and a rope formed by pink energy instantly appeared behind him, forcibly restraining his hands behind his back. The person who made the move was Yukinori, who was guarding outside to prevent other staff in the hall from coming to make trouble. Then, in the next moment, a new barrier of light expanded, enveloping Kurahashi Moritsugu, Yamashita Yamamoto, and some of the buildings in the hall. Needless to say, this barrier must have been set up by Ji Gongmi after she regained her senses. Only she would be able to set up such a barrier so quickly. Then, Suzu Ito, Kimo Zenjiro, and Otomo appeared next to Kurahashi Genji, who was trying to break the Kido's shackles, and handed 2 swords and a wand to Kurahashi Genji's neck and chest. Kurahashi Genji's tongue curled up, and he opened his mouth to spit out a seed mantra. In an instant, a powerful force was produced, and Suzu Ito and Kimo Zenjiro's swords were shaken away. Otomo Zenjiro's wand was not shaken away under the light of the seed mantra. After the effect of the seed mantra disappeared, it continued to move forward. Kurahashi Genji's tongue moved slightly, and he once again spat out a seed mantra. Boom! A blazing white lightning exploded, making Otomo Zenjiro's eyes turn white, and his attack was finally avoided by Kurahashi Genji. Motionless Wisdom King Golden Binding Mantra. In the next second, an invisible force smashed on Kurahashi Genji's body, making his movements stagnate. It was the 3 virtues and 10 comprehensions. The sudden appearance of the dazzling lightning might be a little dazzling to other people who were not prepared for it, and they would need a few seconds to recover. However, it was not a problem for the Eye of Heaven, the 3 virtues, who had the powerful ability to see ghosts. Therefore, when the others barely recovered their vision and were ready to attack again, the 3 virtues and 10 comprehensions had already calmly thrown out their tactic. At this moment, Suzu Ito suddenly took out a talisman, shook her hand and activated it, and threw it to Kurahashi Genji. In the flight, the talisman turned into a golden light and instantly went into Kurahashi Genji's body. Kurahashi Genji's expression changed, and his face turned ugly. It turned out that the talisman was none other than the talisman made by Sei Ito himself. Although its effect was not as powerful as when Sei Ito cast it himself, it was still able to temporarily seal the spiritual power of a kamikaze Genji, so it was no wonder that Kurahashi Genji's expression changed. Kurahashi Genji, who knew that he would not be able to get away with it, looked at Suzu Ito again and asked, "You will know in the future." Suzu Ito smiled. Then she turned her head and signaled to Kanzen Yomi. The latter did not talk nonsense and quickly walked to Kurahashi Genji's side, took out a set of spirit-restraining equipment from her space bracelet, and put it on Kurahashi Genji's body. "Let's go, it's time to set things right," Suzu Ito said softly with a smile on her face. Then she turned around and walked forward along the corridor. Behind her, Sanshan Shirwu, Magi Zenjiro, Amami Yamashiro, Yukachi Mari, Miyazaki, Otomo Masaru, and Kanzen Yomi, who was holding Kurahashi Genji, quickly followed. A few minutes later, they came to another room. Director Kurahashi, Deputy Director Ito, Minister Amami, Minister Sanshan. This. Looking at the people in front of her, the female staff in the room cried out in shock and bewilderment. "Can I trouble you to turn on the hall's broadcast? I have something to say to everyone in the hall," Suzu Ito said with a smile. Okay. The female staff quickly responded, and then she hurriedly turned on the broadcast system in front of her that could connect to the entire Yin Yang Hall. Okay. The female staff who moved aside said, "Thank you." Seito smiled and thanked her. Then he went straight to the microphone, turned it on, and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Suzu Ito, the Deputy Director of the Devil Hunting Bureau. I have something very important to announce to everyone, so I'll have to trouble everyone to gather in the conference room immediately. That's all." After that, Seito turned off the broadcast. "You come with us." Suzu Ito turned to the female staff and said, "Yes, yes." The female staff responded with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Seito smiled and led everyone out of the broadcast room. They swaggered toward the conference room that could accommodate everyone in the hall. Along the way, they naturally met many people, and they recognized the 12 divine generals who should have died in the line of duty. At the same time, some smart people faintly realized that something important was about to happen. A few minutes later, Suzu Ito and the others walked into the conference room. Some of the staff, who had already arrived, were shocked. They walked straight to the innermost rostrum of the conference room and stopped there. During this process, no one in the conference room spoke. The silence was oppressive. In this oppressive silence, another 5 or 6 minutes passed until all the staff on duty in the hall arrived. Seeing that no one else was coming, Suzu Ito walked to the center of the rostrum and picked up the microphone. "Ahem. I'm Suzu Ito. Now I have something important to announce to everyone." At this moment, Suzu Ito's face was full of solemnity. If one looked closely, they could even see suppressed anger. It could be said that her expression was on point, and she fully expressed the emotions of the person who exposed the truth. That is, the current head of the Yin-Yang Hall and the Deputy Director of the Devil Hunting Bureau, one of the 12 divine generals, Kurahashi Genji, is a traitor. Wow! In an instant, a large clamor of discussion resounded throughout the large conference room. Chapter 15-18. Bastard! What a shitty descendant! Traitor! Murderer! A large number of curses were heard from the Yin-Yang Hall's staff in the conference room. It was the end of the Bringing Order to Chaos conference. In the previous conference, after Suzu Ito's instigating declaration and Amami Ozen and the other 12 divine generals' testimony, Kurahashi Haruji was completely labeled as a traitor and became the target of everyone's disdain. Correspondingly, everyone regained their original positions. For example, Amami Ozen became the head of the Spell Search Department again. For example, 3 Kindness and 10 Awakening became the head of the Monitoring Department. In short, everyone returned to the Yin-Yang Hall as victims. As for the person who exposed all of this, although Suzu Ito did not get promoted, her reputation was greatly improved, and she almost became a hero in everyone's mouth. It was a good reward. However, at this time, Suzu Ito, who almost became a hero, did not appear in front of the crowd. Instead, she went to the corner of the conference room, took out her phone, and dialed Seito's contact number. "Big sister." Soon, Seito's voice came from the phone. "Ah-ching, the Yin-Yang Hall has been dealt with. You can enter the Yin-Yang Hall at any time." Suzu Ito looked at the angry crowd in the conference room and whispered, "Although we caught Kurahashi Haruji, we did not find any traces of Kurahashi Haruji. However, we didn't find any traces of Xiangma Duogwazi and the others in the Yin-Yang Hall. I know. You can leave Kurahashi Haruji to Hellable and the others. As for that Kurahashi Haruji, I don't think he can cause any trouble, but you have to be careful, in case that guy is driven to desperation." "Okay." After that, the two of them exchanged a few words and then cut off the call. At the same time, in a guest room of Hoshino Temple. "It's so noisy." Erica, who was wearing only a set of red lace underwear and her soft blonde hair naturally spread out, turned over her body. He frowned and mumbled in his sleep. Needless to say, Erica was currently in what she considered to be her sleeping period. Under such circumstances, Erika basically wouldn't wake up until noon. Seito put away his phone and smiled helplessly. He reached out and gently nudged Erika. She greeted softly, "Erika, Erika. Shut up, let me sleep for another 5 minutes." Erika casually slapped away Seito's arm, turned over, and muttered. Seito was speechless and decided to use some ruthless method. Then, Seito lowered his body. He placed his head in front of Erika's face, opened his mouth and sucked on Erika's soft and tender lip. He stuck out his tongue and entangled it with Erika's. Oh, Erika, who was still in a daze, let out a low moan subconsciously. But soon, Erika completely woke up. She instinctively pushed Seito away and summoned her beloved knife, Reinhardt. She pointed to the side. King, launching a sneak attack in a lady's sleep is not something a gentleman should do. Then, Erika put away her beloved knife and said sarcastically, "If you had been obedient and woke up just now, then I would have used this method to wake you up." Seito shrugged and said with a playful expression, "But, King, disturbing a lady's sleep is also a heinous crime." Erika said with a dangerous smile on her face, "Then I'll repay you with my body." With that, Seito quickly jumped up and pressed Erika under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips again. Although Erika looked very unhappy after the kiss, she quickly closed her eyes and enjoyed the passionate kiss. During the kiss, Seito's hand began to slide and moved to the side of Erika's chest. His finger gently lifted the edge of her bra, which was already an obstruction, and slid his hand in through the exposed gap. He pressed his hand on her chest and gently kneaded. Erika, who felt the attack on her chest, moved her hand forward and pressed on the back of Seito's hand. She seemed to refuse, but her strength was clearly not enough. She said she allowed it, but she stopped his hand from moving any further. Seito ignored this and continued to gently tease her with his finger. After a while, Seito gently let go of Erika, whose face was red, her breathing rapid, and her eyes watery. "King, you're getting more and more insatiable," Erika said softly. "That's because you're getting more and more charming." Seito chuckled. Then, Seito removed his hand and sat up. At the same time, Erika lazily stretched out her arm. Seito saw this and smiled. He reached out and grabbed Erika's hand and forcefully pulled her up from the bed. "I can give you a chance. Serve me and put on some clothes." Erika smiled charmingly. As she spoke, a set of clean underwear, her usual black leather pants, a red sleeveless off-the-shoulder hoodie, and a pair of white socks appeared on the side of the bed. "I might turn into an evil spirit." Seito picked up the new underwear on the side of the bed and laughed strangely. "Then I can only say that Wang Ning is too unromantic. I'll be disappointed from the bottom of my heart." Erika smiled. "It seems that in order to maintain a good image of me in your heart, I'll have to resist the temptation." Seito shook his head and smiled bitterly. Erika smiled and put her white and tender feet in front of Seito. Seito helplessly put down the underwear and grabbed the white socks on the side and helped Erika put them on. Then, he resisted the temptation of Erika's perfect body and took off her red lace underwear and put on a new set of underwear. Then, he helped her put on all her clothes. This simple process was appreciated by Seito and Seito. Erika, who was blushing but still didn't move, cooperated with Seito. It took them half an hour to finish everything. "I'm going to wash." After everything was finished, Erika ran away in a panic and said, "Phew." Similarly, Seito let out a long sigh, then stood up and walked out of the room. The moment he walked out of the room, Nero, who was wearing a white Las Noches temple uniform, entered his sight. She was sitting on the side, leisurely enjoying the refreshing summer wind blowing from the mountains. "Morning, Nero," Seito greeted. "Morning." Nero turned to look at Seito and responded, "How do you feel?" Seito walked to Nero's side, sat down, and looked into the distance. He looked at the figures of children running through Xingqiu Temple, and asked softly, "What?" Nero didn't understand. "This trip to another world." Saito smiled. "It's a bit strange, but it doesn't feel any different from when I went to the modern world." Nero replied. Saito was stunned. But when he thought about it, although the world of death was a high spirituality world, its law system and environment were basically no different from this world. If he didn't know that this wasn't the world of death and couldn't sense Hueco Mundo, it would really be no different from the modern world of death. If that's the case, then you can think of this trip as a relaxing one. Ito-sei chuckled. Nero didn't say anything. Saito also stopped talking. A moment of silence passed like this until Erika finished washing and returned. "So, King, why did you wake me up so early?" Erika asked as she flicked the hair on her shoulder. Saito couldn't help but look up at the sky. From the position of the sun, it was definitely 11 o'clock. She actually called it early, which made him feel rather speechless. However, Saito was also aware of Erika's characteristic. He looked away and explained, "Just now, Big Sister contacted me and said that she has taken down the Inyang Hall. So, I will take control of this country's government and then appoint someone to take over the Inyang Hall." "What happens after that?" Erika asked. "In order to increase my prestige, I will bring people to lobby the Xingqiu Temple. I will need your cooperation." Saito smiled. "Understood. I think Liliana's secret society will be one of the targets." Erika nodded with an as-expected expression, then asked again. "Yes, this way, the power of this country will be gathered." Saito nodded in confirmation. "Understood. I will control the situation at the Xingqiu Temple." Erika promised. This was not an empty promise. Although Saito had already controlled all the higher-ups of the Xingqiu Temple last night, these were only the higher-ups of the temple. Although they had a strong influence, they couldn't stop a few extremists from appearing. Therefore, the control that Erika mentioned was aimed at these extremists, so that their problems would not affect Saito's arrangement. "Then I will trouble you, Erika." Saito smiled. Then he stood up, and with the words, "I'm leaving," he disappeared in front of Erika and Nero's eyes. A few seconds later, he appeared in Chiyoda district of Tokyo and began to control his consciousness. Compared to the Inyang masters who had strengthened their souls and might even have some spells to prevent themselves from being controlled by their consciousness, the quality of these politicians' souls was much weaker. They were only at the top of the ordinary people, so they couldn't withstand the destruction of Saito's mental power. If these people were not too scattered and needed some time to search, he believed that he could control them all in less than an hour. But even so, he achieved his initial goal in less than half a day. After that, as planned, Ito Seiji officially became the new director of the Inyang Hall, which was in charge of handling special affairs in the country and had great power and influence, through the appointment of the cabinet and the joint recommendation of the 12 immortal generals. Chapter 15-19. A few days later, in the world of the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, after I leave, start devouring this world, Saito ordered in his heart in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Yes. Immediately, a huge, slowly rotating mid-style dimensional transfer magic array unfolded under Saito's feet. Then, a thick beam of light suddenly rose up and wrapped around Saito. It rose up and disappeared into the vortex formed by the power of the world above the magic array. The moment he disappeared, a new vortex appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. It changed and formed an asymmetrical circular body with a wide bottom and a slightly smaller top. It produced an endless suction force and sucked in the sphere on the other side of the vortex, swallowing it inwards. The beam of light exploded and turned into countless photon particles. They flickered and melted into the air, exposing Sei Ito's figure in the beam of light. Then, a mid-style dimensional transfer magic array appeared under Sei Ito's feet again and took him away. Phew! Finally, everyone is back, Sei Ito, who reappeared from the beam of light, exhaled softly and said to himself. Little Ling Meng, did anything change while I was away? Sei Ito raised his head and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of photon particles quickly gathered in front of him and formed a petite human body. It solidified and turned into little Ling Meng, who was wearing the red and white witch robes, floating in front of him. No master, little Ling Meng reported. At the same time, she waved her hand and summoned several virtual optical screens. They displayed everything that happened while Sei Ito was away. In fact, although Sei Ito was away for a while, not much time had passed. It was only about 2 hours, and this was because he used the dimensional transfer magic array to hurry on his journey. A lot of time was wasted in the process of shuttling through the dimensional sea. The few days that he stayed in Tokyo's Raven World, on the other hand, did not take long, only about 10 minutes. Sei Ito quickly browsed through the information on the screen. Sure enough, it was as Little Soul Dream had said. Nothing had changed. Even the Hunter Empire's fleet was the same. None of the monsters from the outside world went out to cause trouble while he was away. After watching the surveillance video, Sei Ito waved his hand and dispersed the virtual optical screen in front of him. He then walked into the house. Seeing that her master did not give any orders, Little Spirit Dream's body exploded into countless photon particles and gradually disappeared into the air. For the rest of the time, it was still peaceful. Other than the fact that nearly 1,000 monsters would be released to different parts of the world every 3 days. As they rapidly approached Asia, the spiritual energy in the world continued to rise slowly, as if the tide had returned. This caused the current spiritual energy concentration on Earth to increase by nearly 1 level. Although this level seemed small, it was enough to more than double a cultivator's cultivation speed, allowing many people to take the opportunity to break through their bottleneck. However, as Sei Ito worried before, this group of cultivators was also uncontrollably affected by the negative energy contained in the vitality. Their tempers became irritable, aggressive, cruel, and merciless. Therefore, under the influence of this, the humans who were barely united because of the monsters once again became conflicted. The monster army frequently broke through the defense line and penetrated deep into the borders of various countries. On this day, sir, there is a Mr. Valtor outside asking to see you. A maid in a black and white maid uniform walked into the house and reported. Take him to the living room. I'll be there later. Sei Ito frowned and ordered. Yes. The maid left the room. Valtor, what is he doing here? Although Sei Ito didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit, Valtor was still a legend under his control. Therefore, Sei Ito still wanted to see him. He immediately stood up, left the room, and walked to the living room. In about a minute, Sei Ito came to the living room. Sir. Seeing Sei Ito, Valtor, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately knelt down like the Japanese, bowed his head and greeted Sei Ito. Sei Ito glanced at him faintly, walked straight to the main seat in the living room, and sat down. At this moment, the maid walked into the living room with a tray in her hand, knelt down, and handed the 2 cups of tea on the tray to Valtor and Sei Ito, then got up and left the room. Ito-sei picked up the teacup in front of him, and brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. Sir. Valtor wasn't in the mood to drink tea at this time, and couldn't help but call out again. What's the matter? Sei Ito put down the teacup, looked at Valtor indifferently, and asked. Sir, please help my country. Valtor leaned forward, touched the ground with his head, and pleaded in a sincere voice. Whose idea is this? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked faintly. This is my proposal, but Her Majesty the Queen also agreed. Valtor hesitated for a moment when he heard the words, and then told the truth. Just by looking at Valtor's expression, Seito knew that the Queen of England didn't have a good attitude towards asking him to help. "Oh, so how do you want me to help your country?" Seito sneered and asked again. "Rainbow light cannon. As long as Sir uses the rainbow light cannon to help our country destroy the alien spaceships in our territory, we can take care of the rest ourselves." Valtor straightened up and said solemnly. However, he was smart. He knew that Seito wouldn't give away the rainbow light cannon, so he directly asked for assistance instead of an exchange. "This is still your proposal?" Seito glanced at Valtor coldly and asked. "Yes." Valtor's expression changed, and he lowered his head and responded. It seems that he also knows the hidden meaning behind this proposal. "Yes, the rainbow light cannon is very powerful. Everything within a radius of 100 kilometers will be annihilated into ashes. Even if the alien spaceship doesn't turn on its protective shield, it will definitely not last for 10 seconds. If it turns on its protective shield, it should not last for more than half a minute. It is the best weapon to use to destroy the alien spaceships that occupied the United Kingdom. But what about after that? Who will be the scapegoat? Wasn't it because he had to carry Itosei and Akiuranashi? If he doesn't want to be too sad by then, he can only hide in the Rubik's Cube world or ascend. As expected of the guardian knight of the discipline, under the premise of patriotism and loyalty to the king, he can even suppress the hint of the spiritual seed buried in the sea of consciousness. Seito sneered in his heart. "Go back, and from now on, don't come to my Aikido city again, or I don't mind killing you." Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Seito said coldly. "Sir." Valtor raised his head and shouted. "If it weren't for the premise of patriotism, I would have killed you for your proposal. So get out before I change my mind." Seito said coldly. The moment the words fell, Valtor was thrown out of Aikido City by Seito's instant transmission ability. Outside Aikido City, Valtor, who appeared, looked at the direction of the Eye Society with a complicated gaze, then flew back to the United Kingdom. This was just a small interlude. After this incident, life once again returned to normal, slowly passing by while monitoring the movements of the alien spaceship. "Sir, please move." A royal family elder bowed to Seito and invited. Seito stood up, took the hand of Princess Yoshiko, and then, followed by 8 maids, walked down the shrine and went to the newly built Princess Yoshiko's palace not far from the foot of the shrine. After more than 2 months, under the super-exaggerated construction of Aikido City's mechanical workers, the construction of the palace complex used as the wedding house and the name of the palace that the future heirs could inherit was finally completed. And today is the most auspicious day chosen by the royal family elders to enter the house, so they had the previous behavior. The group walked and stopped for about 20 minutes and finally arrived at one of Seito's future palaces, Princess Yoshiko's palace complex. The building complex covers a large area of more than 10,000 square meters. The color of the building was designed in an ancient Japanese style. The whole building was built with specially processed ancient wood. The whole structure was designed by Onmyojis. Not only does it have the best feng shui, but it also has a strong defensive effect. In terms of performance, except for the Imperial Palace where the Emperor lives, no other palace can compare. It can be said to be very grand. The royal family stepped forward and opened the door, leading Seito and Princess Yoshiko into the courtyard. What came into view was a spacious courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a path paved with small gravel. In addition, on the right side of the path facing the door, there was an artificial pond. Inside the pond, there were several lively golden carp. Around the pond, there was a stone lamp, as well as some artificial weeds and trees, and artificial rockery, which looked very unique. As for the further inside, there was a corridor that led to the bedroom behind the living room, the kitchen, and other miscellaneous rooms, wing rooms, and so on. Please follow me. The royal family elder invited again. Seito and Princess Yoshiko didn't say much and followed the royal family elder along the corridor to the main house. As for the 8 maids following behind them, they tactfully dispersed and went to busy themselves with other matters. Seito felt a bit strange and frowned, but didn't say much and silently followed the royal family elder inside. After a few turns, the 3 of them arrived at the main house. They pushed open the door and walked in. In an instant, 4 or 5 unfamiliar figures entered Seito's eyes. Chapter 15-20. There were 5 figures, 2 men, 2 women, and a child. Among them, 1 man, 2 women, and the child should be the master, and the other man should be the guard. This can be seen from the fact that everyone else was sitting, and only he was standing behind the man. Among the remaining men and women, the man and the woman were older, and they should be the elders. The other woman was younger, only a few years older than Princess Yoshiko. As for the child behind her, he was still a little boy, not even 10 years old. His eyes were full of lively and active look, and he reluctantly sat on the side with a very standard etiquette, not allowing himself to move. However, it is worth mentioning that, except for the man who should be the guard, the other people's faces are similar to Princess Yoshiko, and they should be her direct relatives. Father, mother, sister, and younger brother, why are you here? Sure enough, after seeing everyone in the room, Princess Yoshiko immediately greeted them with a surprised look. Therefore, these people should be Princess Yoshiko's parents, Prince Monin and Princess Yoshiko, as well as her sister, Princess Yoshiko and her younger sister, Princess Yoshiko and her younger sister, Princess Yoshiko. Of course we came to see you, Princess Yoshiko said with a smile. Then she turned to look at Seito, who was standing beside her daughter Yoshiko, and asked softly, "This should be Ito-sama, right?" Itomori slightly nodded to Prince Mongren and Prince Mungren's concubine Kiko as a greeting. For Seito's performance, Prince Monin and Princess Yoshiko didn't say anything. As the son of the emperor and the parents of the woman who was chosen by the royal family for marriage, they were fully aware of Seito's strength, influence, and significance to the country. This can be known from the fact that Princess Yoshiko also called him Lord. However, although they understand, it doesn't mean that their daughter Princess Yoshiko also understands, so after seeing Seito's performance, she immediately frowned with displeasure. But don't know if it's for the sake of etiquette or something else, she didn't immediately question him. As for the Grand Prince's guards, they were also frowning and had ugly expressions on their faces. However, he understood that this was a matter of the prince's family, so he had no reason to interrupt. He could only lower his head and pretend that he hadn't seen anything. After that, the imperial family elder led Seito to the side and arranged for him to sit down. He chatted with Prince Wenren's family for a while and got to know each other. After all, in a sense, they could be considered to be in-laws now, even though this in-law was something that the imperial family had rushed to get. "Gyako, take me, your sister, and your brother to visit the palace." At this time, Princess Kiko said. But at the same time, Princess Kiko vaguely winked at Prince Yoshiko. "All right." The clever Prince Yoshiko didn't understand that his father had something to discuss with Ito-sama, so he immediately agreed. He stood up and said, "Mother, sister, little brother, please come with me. Your Highness, Jiazi and I are going to visit her new palace." Princess Kiko got up. He bowed to Prince Wenren. "Go, after all, you haven't seen each other for a while," Prince Wenren said with a smile. Princess Kiko once again bowed to Seito. She took Prince Jinko, Prince Yuren, and Prince Yoshiko, who had already bowed to Prince Wenren and the others, and left the main house to the men. After the women left, Prince Wenren and the imperial family elder looked at each other, and then said with a helpless expression, This is Ito-sama. From his uncomfortable look, it was obvious that he was very reluctant to call Sei Ito-sama. But thinking about it, in terms of status, no matter what, Sei Ito should be regarded as his subordinate. In terms of age, Sei Ito was his junior. In terms of his daughter Gyako, he should be his son-in-law. But for some reason, he had to do this, which made Prince Wunren feel very helpless. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Prince Wunren. Regarding those aliens, Ito-sama, do you have a plan in mind? Prince Wunren, who was no longer pretentious, asked smoothly. Who are you referring to? Sei Ito glanced at Prince Wunren and the imperial family elder sitting next to him with a smile that wasn't a smile. When he heard the previous question, how could he not understand that the royal family was afraid of the aliens? They were afraid that they would also become a part of England that didn't know the difference between life and death, becoming a piece of scorched earth. Therefore, they wanted to use the opportunity of this warm room in the new palace to sound out Prince Wunren's thoughts through his mouth. The monster army and the possible alien fleet. Prince Wunren hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't have that much power, and I don't have the leisure to care about other people, so except for Akakuruno, the problem of the monster army will be the same as the previous monster tide, you will be responsible for it. Sei Ito replied lightly. As soon as these words came out, the imperial family elder's expression changed slightly. As for the possible alien fleet attack, I can only guarantee that the island will not sink if I think it is feasible. As for the other casualties, it's still the same. I don't have the leisure, and I don't have the strength to care about it. So you'd better be prepared for the possibility of the country being destroyed at any time. Is there no way at all? The imperial family elder asked with an ugly expression. This wasn't what he wanted, and it wasn't the answer that the imperial family wanted to hear after losing a prince and possibly cutting off their inheritance. Way? Sei Ito sneered vaguely. Yes, you can pray to the Amaterasu god and beg for a miracle to protect this country. Otherwise, I can't do anything. For a moment, the entire main room became quiet, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Ito-sama, can you allow the imperial family to build an imperial residence here? After a moment, the imperial family elder broke the silence again. Are you sure? Sei Ito looked at the imperial family elder with a smile that wasn't a smile. The imperial family elder was silent. Jingjie, go to the kitchen. Is the hot pot for warming the palace ready? When the atmosphere in the main room became silent again, Prince Wunren suddenly turned his head and ordered the guard beside him. Yes. The guard replied. He quickly walked out of the main room, and with the interruption of the conversation between Prince Wunren and the guard, the atmosphere in the room became slightly better. Then Prince Wunren took the initiative to talk with Sei Ito about other things, such as his favorite tennis, rare plants, and some other messy topics, which could even be said to be somewhat shameless, to eliminate the influence of the previous conversation. From this, it could be seen that although Prince Wunren looked kind on the surface, but he was also a shrewd master. After a while, Princess Kiko returned to the main room with the two princes, Prince Yoshiko and Prince Yurin, to join in the conversation and continue to increase the intimacy between the two sides. After that, everyone ate the hot pot in the palace before Prince Mongrel and Princess Kiko brought little Prince Mongrel and the royal family elder, who came with a purpose and left the palace that was now named Autumn Palace, rushing back to Tokyo. As for the other Prince Yoshiko, she stayed with the excuse that the sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Regarding this Prince Yoshiko, Sei Ito really didn't have a good impression, so after greeting Prince Yoshiko, he returned to the shrine alone. This guy. Prince Yoshiko's voice was full of anger. It's okay, Sister Darren is very good. Although she didn't know how powerful Sei Ito was. But from the situation he discovered during this period of contact, as well as the royal family's attitude towards him, It could be seen that Prince Yoshiko didn't want his sister to offend Ito-sei for no reason, so he quickly comforted her. But what's going on? Without any notice, you will be betrothed to such a guy. This is the first time the imperial family has done such a thing in the past 100 years since Meiji. Prince Yoshiko asked. This? You'd better ask father. Prince Yoshiko suddenly remembered the confidential matter mentioned by the imperial family elder, and felt awkward. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you anyway, it's not me who will suffer in the end. Prince Yoshiko curled her lips. After seeing Yoshiko's parents that day, his life had once again returned to relative peace. However, in the special domain that ordinary people could not perceive, the spirit energy was still constantly rising. At the same time, as a monster that could be seen by humans, after a series of havoc, it finally broke through the blockade of Russia 2 days ago and completely entered Asia. At this time, Sei-Ito also understood that in a few days, there should be monsters in Japan. However, just when Sei-Ito was thinking about whether to make arrangements, a special aura fluctuation broke out from Mie Prefecture where Ise Grand Shrine was located and quickly spread out in the form of a shock wave. Sei-Ito, who sensed this special fluctuation, frowned and immediately used instant transmission to rush over. What a strong aura! Sei-Ito, who appeared in the sky above Mie Prefecture, looked down at the origin of the aura wave and thought. And that place was none other than Ise Grand Shrine. But in the next moment, a powerful, dignified, and overbearing gaze shot out from Ise Grand Shrine and fell directly on Sei-Ito's body. In an instant, Sei-Ito felt his body shake and was affected. Sei-Ito frowned and suddenly released all of his consciousness, converging it into an invisible fist and smashing it against the consciousness brought by this sight. Boom! A violent explosion immediately resounded throughout the void. At the same time, a huge ripple visible to the naked eye quickly spread out, stirring up the surrounding air and space. How dare you! At this moment, a female voice full of anger came from the consciousness that was attacked. Like thunder, it blasted into Sei-Ito's mind. The spiritual force in Sei-Ito's mind quickly gathered and turned into a spiritual barrier to resist the impact of the voice. Humph, who are you? Sei-Ito, who quickly suppressed this consciousness, asked coldly. A mere ant dares to defy this god? Die for this god! The moment this consciousness finished speaking, a blazing white flame suddenly appeared around Sei-Ito. It steamed the air, burned the space, and rushed toward Sei-Ito. It's the fire of the sun. As someone who possessed the power of the sun, he immediately noticed the nature of this flame. His expression changed slightly and he let out a low cry. Amaterasu? Aunt, you're quite knowledgeable. A woman's cold voice came from the consciousness. Son of the East, show yourself. Show your brilliance to the world. A sneer appeared on Ito-sei's face, and then he stirred up the power in his body and loudly sang the words of authority. The power he used this time was the power of the sun that represented the sun god of the East. He obtained it when he killed Perseus. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo instantly appeared around Sei-Ito. It emitted endless light and heat, forming a huge disk. It made Sei-Ito look like a small sun. Under the influence of the light, heat, and flames emitted by the disk, the fire of the sun was completely neutralized. It did not cause any damage to Sei-Ito. You have a divine position. How is this possible? Amaterasu's consciousness exclaimed in disbelief. In her consciousness, the power Sei-Ito was using now was a divine position. What was a divine position? It was a concept condensed from a certain law of power that was closely related to the world. The god who grasped it would have absolute control over this power, and in some cases, the performance of authority was very similar to that of divine titles. For example, the current effect on the fire of the sun and the power of the sun displayed by it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would get such a reward from conferring a witch this time. Just you wait, I will definitely find you. Amidst the ecstatic laughter, the fire of the sun and Amaterasu's consciousness disappeared from Sei Ito's body and mind. Even so, Ito Sei's brows couldn't help but frown. I've been targeted, and I've been targeted by a god who might be a golden immortal. This is really F***ket up. Sei Ito cursed helplessly. But since you've done it once, don't blame me for doing it 15 times. Which, right? I'll kill her now. I'd like to see how many more suitable candidates you can make. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately appeared outside the Ise Grand Shrine and forced his way in. Actually, it was not entirely true that he forced his way in. With Sei Ito's current cultivation, he could confuse the surrounding guards with an illusion. They did not notice him at all, and he swaggered into the shrine. Chapter 1521. Sei Ito did not meet anyone along the way, probably due to the influence of Amaterasu's grace. The entire Ise shrine seemed empty. Sei Ito did not have any objections to this and walked straight to the palace where the Yata no Kagami was. In Japan, the 3 artifacts were worshipped by 3 different families. Among them, the one worshipped by Rita Shrine was the Kusanagi sword, and the one worshipped by the royal family was the Magatama. However, it was also said that it was worshipped in Rita Shrine. As for the specific location, Sei Ito was not interested, so he did not ask. As for the Yata no Kagami, which represented Amaterasu, it was worshipped in the royal family's Ise shrine. Therefore, to find the Amaterasu's priestess, there was no doubt that the palace where the Kagami was worshipped was the right place. After a few turns, Sei Ito came to the palace where the Kagami was worshipped. At this time, there were many people standing outside the palace. Each of them looked solemn, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They were like guards guarding the palace. At the front of the crowd was the shrine's grand priest under Sei Ito's control, Minakori. Miko-sama needs to rest now. Everyone else, please leave. Minakori said loudly. Seeing that the grand priest had spoken, although the others were unwilling, they still followed his instructions and returned to their posts to continue their work. After most of the people had left, the grand priest and the 2 old priests beside him nodded to each other, turned around and faced the palace. They raised their hands together and formed a hand seal. They mobilized the energy in their body and shouted softly, "Form!" In an instant, a powerful energy burst out from the 3 of them. Then, they intersected with each other and formed a huge protective shield around the palace. It flashed and disappeared into the void. It was a barrier. And it was a very powerful barrier. Otherwise, why would a S+ master and 2 half-step S masters work together to cast it? After casting the enchantment, the great divine priest Mingda and the 2 old men sat on the ground in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned. However, since he had already decided to give the Amaterasu a gift, he would not give up so easily. He flashed to the front of the barrier. He pressed his palm against the outer wall of the barrier and analyzed the structure of the barrier with his powerful spiritual power and knowledge of tactics in his mind. With his powerful cultivation and rich knowledge, the structure of the barrier was quickly analyzed. Sei Ito's palm pressed lightly and passed through the barrier without any hindrance, and then brought his entire body into the barrier. Standing in the enchantment, Ito Sei turned around and smiled silently at the 3 great priests guarding outside the enchantment. Then, he retracted his gaze and used an escape technique to silently enter the consecration hall. The hall was very large, more than 60 square meters in area. There were no other miscellaneous furnishings inside, only an offering table was placed in the innermost position. On top of the offering table was a luminous treasure mirror that was flickering with 7-colored light at a slight angle. On the wall behind the mirror, there was a stone statue of the Amaterasu god. But other than that, there was no one else in the room. Seito's target was the Amaterasu switch. Seito frowned and looked around the hall. Still, there was no trace of anyone. Seito had no choice but to squat down. He pressed his palm against the ground and silently activated his touch-sensing ability. Instantly, a few pieces of information appeared in Seito's mind. But most of them were images of the room and the people in the room being shrouded in a dazzling light. Only the last one was the information Seito wanted. It was about the whereabouts of the Amaterasu switch. Ito-sei, who withdrew his palm, raised his head and looked at the colorful Yata no Kagami. Secret territory, Seito whispered to himself. It turned out that in the last image he got from the touch-sensing ability, a young woman in a red and white witch dress stepped into the portal created by the mirror and disappeared from the hall. Since I can't kill your witch, I'll just take your body. Seito stood up and sneered. Then he stepped in front of the table and reached for the mirror on the table. But just as his hand was about to touch the mirror, a powerful psychic wave exploded from the mirror. Ito-sei was not willing to be outdone. He also burst out his own strength, resisting the spiritual waves emitted by the mirror and grabbed it. Just as Seito's hand was about to touch the mirror, a familiar angry voice exploded in his mind. How dare you! It was Amaterasu's will. Seito frowned and looked at the wall behind the mirror. At that moment, the statue seemed to come alive. A lifelike figure of Amaterasu appeared, glaring at him with murderous intent and anger. Hotianzhao stretched out his finger, and the surface of Yata mirror immediately lit up, shooting out a thick energy beam that was the same size as the mirror, quickly bombarding Ito-sei. Seito's expression changed and he teleported away from the mirror. But unexpectedly, the mirror light attack had the power to destroy space, so Ito-sei was immediately affected, and under the influence of the space riot, a large number of fine scars were left on his body. Blood flowed out of Seito's skin. You sure are lucky. Amaterasu's energy form sneered. Seito narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. But with a thought, he took out the Longinus spear that had been placed in the Rubik's Cube world. It had absorbed the power of faith from Asola's holy church. Longinus had sucked the blood of many gods in the world of the deicide. The moment he took out the spear, a curse-like power spread out and Amaterasu's face changed. How is this possible? How can you have a deicide weapon? Amaterasu, let me give you a souvenir. Seito raised the spear and said softly. How dare you? Amaterasu shouted. Ito-seiji ignored her. His movements seemed slow but were actually fast. In order to achieve the effect of killing with one blow, he even added the superficial knowledge of the time rule that he had recently comprehended and sent the long spear out. Amaterasu pointed her finger again, and the Yata mirror flew into the air and opened up a colorful barrier in front of the spear. Break! With a low shout, the two blades at the front of Longinus's spear immediately twisted into a spear tip, bringing along a wind blade with enough power to cut through space, fiercely stabbing at Yata no Kagami. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound of friction immediately echoed in the palace. Kacha, kacha, pack! Then, there was a series of cracking sounds. Several cracks began to appear on the barrier formed by the Yata mirror, and then it exploded. Longinus's spear tip hit the mirror. Clang! The Yata mirror shook violently and the light on its surface began to flicker. At this time, Ito-sei's body turned, and the tip of the spear cut through the mirror, and then hit the mirror with the end of the spear, sending it flying in front of Amaterasu's virtual body. Then, Ito-sei rotated the spear around his waist and stabbed Amaterasu's virtual body again. How dare you do this to me? Amaterasu screamed in anger. Pack! Longinus's spear did not stop moving. It pierced through Amaterasu's body and nailed the wall behind her. A strong light burst out from Longinus's spear. Kacha, kacha! Then, with another shattering sound, a large area of new cracks appeared on the surface of the Amaterasu rampart. I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death. Your loved ones will be blamed. Even if you fall to hell, you will be burned by the evil fire for thousands of years. In the vicious curse, Amaterasu's body exploded and turned into a black energy that quickly rushed towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito sneered and waved his hand to gather the power of the world and threw it at the black energy. Chi! The moment the two came into contact, there was a soft sound immediately. Then Amaterasu's body exploded, and the curse energy that was created by gathering part of the power of faith quickly turned into wisps of black smoke under the impact of the world's power, dissipating within the palace. Sigh, it seems that I have to start increasing my strength again. Otherwise, I will be in danger if I face Amaterasu, who does not need to be suppressed by the overworld's rule power. Sei Ito sighed as he recalled Longinus's spear and sent it back to the sacred hall to absorb the power of faith. However, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as he did not ascend and the overworld did not complete the dimension leap, he did not need to worry about facing the complete Amaterasu. So, in terms of time, there was still plenty of time. Clang! At this time, with a soft sound, the Yata mirror that had lost its support fell to the ground. However, compared to before, not only had the colorful light on the Yata no Kagami disappeared, but there was also a large crack on the surface of the mirror. It had become broken. Coupled with its ancient appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was trash that no one would want on the street. Well, it is still a divine artifact, and it can be used as a material to refine a new divine artifact. I'll just keep it. With this in mind, Sei Ito bent down and picked up the broken Yata mirror, added layers of seals, and threw it into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei Ito looked at the worship palace again, then waved his hand, and the surrounding wood that was blessed with various protective spells immediately ignited without any fire, and then quickly turned into a big fire, burning fiercely. Sei Ito, who no longer had any thoughts about this place, did not stay any longer and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the shrine in Akizuruno City. Chapter 1522. Hey, did you go to the ISE shrine just now? Just as Sei Ito returned to the shrine, Kyubi's mind suddenly appeared in his mind and asked curiously, "Did you see it?" Sei Ito asked. "That's a big impact. I'm not blind." Kyubi sneered. "It was the arrival of Amaterasu, right?" Kyubi then asked in a low voice. "Yes." Sei Ito responded softly. "What's the situation?" Kyubi asked. "I destroyed one of her energy manifestations and broke the Yata no Kagami's aura of faith." Sei Ito answered softly. "Hiss." Kyubi took a deep breath when she heard this. "Boy, you're ruthless," Kyubi said with some admiration as she gloated. Kyubi knew very well that if this happened to her, she could be as ruthless as Sei Ito. At the same time, she was secretly afraid of Sei Ito's strength. Although it was just a manifestation that barely reached the limit of the rules of this world and many things were restricted, a god was still a god. It was not something that Kyubi could compare to, especially the sun fire that was created by his divine power. It was a great weapon for her. But what about Sei Ito? Not only did he withstand it, but he also destroyed one of her manifestations without any injuries. This made her re-evaluate her good neighbor who did not cause trouble. "But you may have a hard time in the coming days," Kyubi said in a low voice. Just as Kyubi said, on the third day after Sei Ito destroyed the manifestation of Amaterasu, a large number of divine aura erupted in shrines all over Japan. They selected suitable shamans to become their lingdamons and began their operations. List the names of the gods that are worshipped in these shrines. Sei Ito noticed this and his expression changed slightly. He called Raimu over and instructed her. "Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of information about the shrine appeared in front of Sei Ito. Sure enough, they are all gods of the Tianjin pantheon, Sei Ito sneered as he quickly scanned the information displayed on the virtual optical screen in front of him. The so-called Tianjin god is the god of Takamajihara, ruled by Amaterasu Amikami. To put it bluntly, they were the gods of the heavenly court. And among these gods, Tenzho was their king, the emperor. So it was very obvious. This group of gods that appeared collectively were ordered by Amaterasu to create a miracle. As for their purpose, it was nothing more than to encircle and annihilate Ito-sei. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that they wanted to regain their faith and retransmit the divine light. After all, in this large number of descending gods, many Tianjin gods directly descended into the dilapidated temples that no one was in charge of. They had to rely on the nearby villagers to choose the most suitable woman for their priesthood to complete the replacement of the spirit generation. What are you going to do? Kyubi's voice sounded in Sei Ito's mind at the right time, and he asked with a tone of schadenfreude. As long as they don't descend with their real bodies, what am I afraid of? And even if there are some who are willing to fight bare-chested, I can just run directly to China. I don't believe that they have the guts to cause trouble there, Sei Ito sneered. Then I'll wait for a good show. Don't let me down, Kyubi said with a frivolous smile. If you want to watch a show, you have to pay, Sei Ito curled his lips and said. But at this time, Kyubi's mind had already broken the spiritual connection with him. However, just as he was about to face the encirclement and annihilation launched by the Tianjin gods, on the second day after the appearance of the Tianjin gods, the Dijin gods also began to appear. The so-called Dijin gods. It's the general name of the gods who live on the ground and mixed with humans, and their leader is one of the three noble sons, Susanoo. The reason why there is such a nickname is because most of Susanoo's descendants were conferred the title of Great Country God. That's why there is such a title. The relationship between the Tianjin gods and the Dijin gods can only be described as hostile coexistence. They are hostile mainly because Susanoo and Amaterasu don't get along well. They coexist because both of them are descendants of Izanagi, and most of the other gods were created by Izanagi and Izanami, so they have the same root, so it's impossible for them to destroy each other. It's just that Sei Ito didn't have time to pay attention to all of this. Instead, he went to the main hall of the shrine, full of vigilance, and looked up at the four statues that were shining in the hall. The four gods worshipped by the Ito family were the god of swordsmanship and samurai, the Japanese martial emperor and his wife, the sea god's younger brother, Tachibana, the god of harvest and wealth, and Susanoo. As far as the gods are concerned, all of them belong to the Dijin gods. Because among these four gods, except for Tachibana, all of them belong to the Dijin gods, and one of them is even the king of the Dijin gods. Fortunately, I'm the only one in the family now. The other relatives have been sent to the Rubik's Cube world as early as when the thick fog spread, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Sei Ito carefully observed the changes in the four statues. Now I can only hope that the concentration of faith here is not strong enough, and let Susanoo and the other gods go to their respective shrines. But after this, the seal on this place will be further strengthened. A shrine is a shrine dedicated to a certain god, and that god is the main god of the shrine. Just like Susanoo's Izumo shrine, Inari goddess's Inari Taisha shrine, and so on. Just when Sei Ito was on guard, a divine sense, not inferior to Amaterasu, burst out from Susanoo's statue and quickly scanned the entire spiritual mountain, looking for a suitable which to become his Rikes. But now, not to mention a woman, even a human being, except for Ito-sei, was nowhere to be seen. Probably also discovered the situation here, the divine sense finally fell on Sei Ito, but it only stopped for a moment, then it withdrew from Sei Ito, and disappeared together with the divine sense on the statue. It seems that the divine sense was not satisfied with the situation deliberately shown. It turned out that in order to prevent himself from being selected, Ito deliberately restrained all of his essence and spirit, and used some of his world's energy to create a disguise to cover his body, so that his performance was like a man who was hollowed out by wine and women. In this case, let alone becoming a Rikes, he was not even qualified to serve an ordinary priest. Then, not long after Susanu's divine sense disappeared, Japan Wu-Zun and Dijuan's divine sense also descended. The result was still the same. Japan Wu-Zun looked down on Ito's virtue, and Dijuan looked down on him because he was a man, and at the same time, this place was not very close to the sea, so it was not suitable for her to gather her faith, so they withdrew from the statue one after another. Then, it was Inari Goddess. However, unlike the other three gods, although Inari Goddess also withdrew her divine sense and did not choose Ito, who showed a poor aptitude to become her Rikes, she did not withdraw the divine sense from the statue, but continued to maintain the statue's ability to directly communicate with Inari Goddess's power, which made Ito very confused. What is the meaning of this? But no matter what, this time he dodged the divine sense. Then, Ito left the main hall where the statues of the four gods were enshrined and came to the front yard. Then he flashed and appeared directly above the main hall. Then he turned his hand and took out dozens of jades and crystals. Then he threw them out one by one according to a specific direction. The jades and crystals turned into streams of light, and one by one, they shot to the east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of the main hall. Then they suddenly disappeared into the ground. Then, a huge light shield that enveloped the entire main hall suddenly rose up. At this time, Ito's arm moved, and he threw out more jades and crystals. But this time, they weren't thrown to the ground. Instead, they were thrown into the air. But what was surprising was that these beautiful jades and crystals that were thrown into the air didn't fall to the ground under the influence of gravity like natural objects. Instead, they seemed to melt into the void. Then, the light shield flashed slightly and also melted into the air. But at this point, Ito's action still didn't stop. He turned his hand again and took out a fist-sized blue crystal. Then he pushed his hand into the void in front of him. A soft golden light spread out from Ito's palm, like a disc, suspended in the void above the main hall, like a barrier, cutting the main hall and the sky above into two. But this appearance didn't last long. When Ito withdrew his hand, the golden light disappeared like a magic array. It was also at this moment, the light on the Inari Goddess statue in the main hall flickered twice, and it became not as bright as before, looking a little dim. Space-breaking formation, a magic array formed by combining the knowledge in the Chimanduanjia and the space law that Ito comprehended. Function. Separates the space between two worlds. Save me. Just when Ito finished setting up the formation and was about to go back to the house to monitor the subsequent changes, Kyubi's anxious cry for help sounded in his mind. Ito's expression changed when he heard this, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Who was asking for help? Kyubi. In the main world, she could be said to be the oldest and oldest legend. She was not afraid of even demigods, but now she was asking for help. What did that mean? At least there was a level 1 Tensho who was looking for trouble with her. Combined with the current situation, Ito understood that it must be a god in Kyoto who was looking for trouble with Kyubi. But on second thought, Kyubi was a good neighbor, and when he was about to become the enemy of the Japanese gods, it was good to have one more ally. So Ito immediately erased the hesitation in his heart and used instant transmission to rush to Kyoto. In just a few seconds, Ito's figure appeared in the sky above Kyoto. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.